Sorry, Madam President. Ma'am. Yes. Madam President, I rise that the provisions of Standing Orders number 51, 65, subsection 2 and 67 regarding the automatic adjournment of the Senate Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam President, sorry. Madam President, I rise that the provisions of Standing Orders number 51, 65, subsection 2 and 67 regarding the automatic adjournment of the Senate at 5 minutes to 7 o'clock p.m. on sitting days other than a Friday, private members' motion taking precedence on Thursdays, and that question time shall be on Thursdays, respectively, be suspended with effect from today and for the next series of sittings in respect of business related to the Constitution of Zimbabwe number 3 bill. I so submit, Madam President, ma'am.
The question before the House is a motion by the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs that provisions of Standing Orders numbers 51, 65, 2 and 67 regarding the automatic adjournment of the Senate at 5 minutes to 7 o'clock p.m. on sitting days other than a Friday and at 25 minutes past 1 o'clock p.m. on a Friday. Private members' motions taking precedence on Thursdays after question time, and that question time shall be on Thursdays, respectively, be suspended with effect from today and subsequent sittings in respect of the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3 Bill HB 1A 2026 and any other government business. Is there any debate? Any debate and objection? I put the question that the provisions of Standing Orders numbers 51, 652 and 67 regarding the automatic adjournment of the Senate at 5 minutes to 7 o'clock p.m. on sitting days other than a Friday and at 25 minutes past 1 o'clock p.m. on a Friday, private members' motions taking precedence on Thursdays after question time, and that question time shall be on Thursdays, respectively, be suspended with effect from today and subsequent sittings in respect of the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3 Bill HB 1A 2026 and any other government business. Those of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed, and the provisions of Standing Orders numbers 51, 65, 2 and 67 are suspended. clerk will read the second order of the day.
Second reading, Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Number 3 Bill HB 1A 2026.
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to present the second reading of my second reading speech of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment Number 3 Bill HB 1A of 2026. As it now comes to be set before the Senate, Madam President, in its amended form, having passed through the National Assembly. Madam President, this is a milestone, and I would ask this Honorable House to feel the weight of it. The supreme law of the land has been carried this far, not by zeal and not by haste, but by the longest and most open road our constitutional history has ever traveled. Honorable Senators will recall that the Speaker of the National Assembly gazetted this bill on 16 February, and from that day, a process of public consultation was set in motion, which was by any measure historic. The people of this country were invited into amending their own constitution, province by province, district by district, and they came, Madam Speaker, Madam President, in numbers. This nation had never before witnessed on any amendment. The Clerk of Parliament, reporting on that exercise as it unfolded, spoke of citizens in their hundreds of thousands. The account of it is the work of the Joint Committee, whose chairperson's report before this Honorable House, and I will not anticipate a single figure which is his to present. It is enough for my purpose this afternoon, Madam President, to say that no amendment in the history of our country has been examined by so many of its citizens. Madam President, after the written submissions and the oral hearings, after the people had spoken and the committee had listened, the bill came before the National Assembly for examination, scrutiny, and debate. That debate was the most extensive this country has ever held on any amendment to its constitution. And when it was done, the National Assembly passed the bill overwhelmingly by a margin far above the two-thirds threshold that the Constitution requires. The bill that now lies before this Honorable House is the version refined by that process, and the Honorable Senators will see as I develop my address that it is the better for every hour of it. Madam President, I will, at the conclusion of my speech, place before this Honorable House an analytical assessment of the debate and the consultation that produced this bill, in the manner I adopted at the close of my reply to the second reading speech in the National Assembly. I respectfully ask the Honorable Senators to keep that reckoning in mind as the destination towards which this afternoon's argument travels. Madam President, before I commend a single clause of this bill to this Honorable House, I want to take a step that I believe will serve the Honorable Senators well. To appreciate a bill that has come this far, it helps to understand what its critics have said it is doing, which in fact it is not doing. I do this not to widen or entrench any gap, Madam President, but to bridge it by understanding the source and context of the criticism of the bill, because common ground is easiest to find once the contending views are identified and fairly stated. So let me set out plainly and without any caricature 10 claims that have been made against this bill, both in the National Assembly and in the wider public square. And let me answer each charge in summary now, reserving the fullest treatment for letter in my address. It is said first that this bill earns the president an additional term, a third term, or an extension of his tenure. Madam President, it does not. The rule in section 91, subsection 2, that no person may hold the office of president for more than 2 terms with a full term deemed to be 3 or more years stands in the Constitution exactly as the people adopted it. And this bill does not touch it by a single word, Madam President. It is said again, Madam President, secondly, that members of the Senate and of the National Assembly have written themselves a longer stay in office. But the term length or duration of Parliament has never been a limit on any MP, and lengthening the duration grants no member a seat. He or she must still win from the people at the next election. So, Madam President, again, this is false. No member sitting here has ever attempted to extend a term for themselves. Again, Madam President, it is said, thirdly, that the bill robs the people of their right to vote. Not one citizen, Madam President, loses a ballot. Every adult Zimbabwean will register, will queue, and will vote in every ward, every constituency, and every province, at every general election, exactly as before. Universal adult suffrage remains intact, Madam President. And fourthly, it is said that the bill is about leadership or succession. Again, Madam President, it is not. There is no clause in this bill that concerns the internal affairs of any political party, and members who search the text for one will search in vain. It is said, fifthly, that the bill abolishes or postpones the nation's elections to some distant and unnamed year. It does not, Madam President. Actually, it says the length of a single national electoral cycle, and that cycle runs its course and ends in an election exactly as has been the case before. And it is said, sixthly, that the bill gathers power and the running of our elections into a single pair of hands of the executive, in particular the president. Again, Madam President, it does the opposite. It entrusts the highest office to the people's elected representatives in their parliament, and it places the drawing of boundaries in a dedicated constitutional body built for that single discipline. It is said, seventhly, that the bill amends, modifies, or repeals Section 328, the entrenched provision that governs how the Constitution is amended, or that it amends the presidential term limit. Madam President, it does neither, and I will show on the face of the text why the charge cannot stand. And it is said, eighthly, that the bill requires a national referendum and proceeds without one. But in fact, and at law, Madam President, it requires no referendum. And the reason is supplied by the Constitution itself. Read in the order its own words laid down in very precise and express ways. It is said, ninthly, there is no constitutional mischief to remedy, that Parliament's focus and attention should be on implementing the rule of law and what is alleged to be an economic crisis. Madam President, I will show there is there is constitutional mischief requiring the urgent attention of Parliament as the framer or the maker of law, not its implementer. And lastly, it is said, 10th, and most gravely, that the bill is an act of self-dealing by the President and Parliament, who it is claimed have voted themselves a private benefit by extending their terms of office. Madam President, that charge invents the truth, and I will answer it in full, because a charge dressed in the language of the Constitution deserves to be undressed by it. Madam President, those are the claims against the bill, fairly stated. 4 of them go to the heart of the bill, and I have given them only summary answers here. I will return, Madam President, one by one and answer them beyond reasonable doubt before I resume my seat. Madam President, no Parliament should amend the supreme law of the land without first being satisfied that there is a real and serious mischief to be cured. A constitution is amended for one of 2 honorable reasons: to make room for something new that the future requires, or to correct a settled arrangement whose consequences have proved unworkable or contrary to the national interest. This bill belongs to the second kind. It corrects a mischief in an electoral cycle, which is not abstract, but is clear and present on the ground. It is the lived experience of this nation across more than 3 decades, and it has 2 roots that feed one another. The first root, Madam President, is the way we have elected our president. Honorable senators will recall their own history. At independence, the founders of this nation at Parliament elect the head of state, and the head of government was the leader of the party that commanded the majority in Parliament. The direct national contest for the president arrived later in 1987 in anticipation of a legislated one-party state that never was. We adopted, in other words, a method shaped by an expectation that history did not honor, and we have lived with the consequences of that method ever since. The second route, Madam President, is the shortness of the national electoral cycle in which we have elected our president and Parliament. A 5-year term is a brief and restless thing for a developing nation, emerging from the throes of colonialism. It is short enough that the first year is swallowed by transition, and too often by the litigation of the contest just concluded. And the final years are swallowed by the next election campaign. The window left for the actual policy work of building and developing the nation is narrow, and it narrows further with each electoral cycle, particularly in an environment of toxic politics. Nor is the electoral cycle a sacred and untouchable number. Honorable senators will recall that under our former Lancaster House Constitution, the term of office of the president was a longer one. It was 6 years. To fuse the election of the president and of Parliament into a single national event, Parliament shortened its own life by 2 years and brought the president to 5 years to run together with the life of Parliament. A harmonization, Madam President, that took effect in the 2008 harmonized election in the vain hope of containing what was termed, and I quote, Boram Sango. That was done by the ordinary road without a referendum and without dissent. That 5-year cycle, useful as the harmonization was, has proved too short for the work of building and developing the nation. And so what this bill proposes is the correction of an overcorrection. The power that shortened that electoral cycle then is the power that lengthens it now. These two routes that I have outlined, Madam President, the divisive method of electing the president and the restless electoral cycle within which we have done that, do not stand apart. They reinforce one another to the detriment of the national interest in general and the development of the country in particular. That is the mischief which Parliament has a constitutional duty to remedy. I now turn to how this mischief shows itself, Madam President. The 5 afflictions. Madam President, the mischief that I have laid bare shows itself through 5 afflictions that have gripped our public life since the direct contest for the presidency began in 1990. They are not 5 separate problems. They are 5 faces of one structural ailment, and each electoral cycle has deepened them. The first, Madam President, is the perennially disputed presidential election. Every contest for the highest office this nation has held since the turn of the century, in 2000, 2002, 2008, 2013, 2018, and 2023, has been trailed by allegations of political violence, allegations of rigging and of lack of transparency, eroding public trust in the result and the standing of the nation in the eyes of those who would invest in it. This is not my characterization alone. It is documented in the election observer reports of the Africa Union, of SADC, of Commonwealth, which have tied these electoral disputes to economic sanctions against our country. And to investment flight estimated by some accounts at between 50 and 70 billion United States dollars in opportunities lost across those years. The second is the paralysis of governing that a permanent campaign produces. Our short 5-year term traps those in office in a continuous election mode, derailing the long-term programs a developing nation depends upon. Our national development strategies and our Vision 2030 among them. The Commonwealth and SADC reporting across the years have identified post-election polarization as a major brake on development, a drag estimated on some analysis at a further 30 to 40 billion United States dollars in foregone productivity. The third affliction is the corruption that instability breeds. Where political survival, Madam President, is in perpetual question, accountability weakens, and the conditions in which graft flourishes are renewed with every electoral cycle. In 2023, Transparency International estimated that corruption costs Zimbabwe between 1 and 2 billion United States dollars in every year that passes, and local election monitors have documented the predictability spikes in irregular tenders that accompany every poll. The fourth, Madam President, is the politicization of a public service that should be neutral, professional, and continuous. A service disrupted by the turbulence of perpetual contest cannot serve the citizen who simply needs the state to work, and the Election Resource Center has put the resulting losses in productivity at some 600 million United States dollars a year. The fifth and last, Madam President, is the polarization of our society, asked again and again to divide itself against itself with the unrest and the immigration that division carries in its wake, a hemorrhage of skill and human capital that the International Organization for Migration counts in billions. 5 afflictions, Madam President, not 1, not 2, but 5. Inextricably intertwined and well documented, the cumulative cost to this nation has been estimated conservatively at between 150 and 200 billion United States dollars in lost output, productivity, and human capital. And Madam President, we are neither alone in this affliction, nor the first to act against this affliction linked to the direct election of the president. Across our own continent, nations have lived the same instability of the winner-takes-all presidential contest, are now moving to steady their politics by the very route this bill takes. And I'll give examples. In September 2025, Guinea lengthened the term of office of its presidents from 5 years to 7 and added an upper chamber to its parliament. The very reforms that lie before this honorable house this afternoon. What has afflicted Guinea has afflicted us. And what Guinea has done, a growing number of other African states are beginning to do, lengthening the electoral cycle so that governing has room to work and broadening the foundation on which the highest office rests. Zimbabwe, Madam President, is not an outlier in this. It is in step with a continent learning the same lesson from the same hard post-colonial experience. Now there are those who say that none of this calls for an amendment to the Constitution at all. That the answer is simply for good people to hold office and simply to observe the rule of law. With respect, Madam President, that is a wish, not an answer. Where the law itself is sound and only the conduct is wanting, the remedy is to demand better conduct and better law enforcement. But where it is the law that produces the mischief, where the very rules by which we elect the highest office generate the instability we deploy, then to ask only for better behavior is to keep doing the same thing and to hope against experience and rationality for a different result. Madam President, a structural ailment is cured by changing the structure that produces it. That is the work of lawmaking. This bill is a proper example of that work, and it is the proper work of this honorable house. And there is a related deflation I must meet here, Madam President, because it was pressed with feeling. Some, including honorable members of parliament, have said that the country's real problems are jobs and the price of bread and the state of our hospitals, our roads and our schools, and that this bill builds none of this. Indeed, Madam President, hardship is real and it weighs on this government daily. But the argument rests on a confusion about what a constitution is for. A constitution, Madam President, is the foundation, not the roof. It comes before jobs, hospitals, schools, and roads as the frame within which that work is done, setting how power is acquired, held, and how it is limited, and how it passes from one hand to another in peace. To fault the Constitution, Madam President, for not lowering the price of bread is to confound the foundation with the roof. And the question recoils upon those who ask it, because the bread they speak of is milled in factories that need a stable and united country to run. And it is precisely that stability this bill exists to build. Madam President, this honorable House makes the law. It is for the government to implement the law and for the courts to interpret the law. And Parliament does not usurp those roles by pretending that a bill amending the Constitution is a program of public works. We do our own work, which is to frame the law where there is a lacuna to fill or a mischief to cure. Madam President, I will now turn to the bill as it now comes, the amended version. The bill before this honorable House, Madam President, is not the bill that was gazetted in February. It is a bill that has been refined by the National Assembly. It carries the amended form for that reason. The gazetted bill set out 22 clauses. The amended version before Senate now carries 25. The bill has grown, Madam President, and it has grown by listening. It listened first on the two questions that drew the broadest concern from every corner of the National Assembly, from members who backed the bill as readily as those who opposed it. The clause that would have folded away the institution charged with gender oversight was set aside so that institution remains in place. And the clause that would have altered the standing of our traditional leaders in political life was likewise set aside, and the present position stands. These were the most widely contested institutional matters in the whole debate, and the government, guided by the recommendation of the Joint Committee and the voice of the National Assembly, did not press them. It listened, Madam President. It listened, second, on the function of the defense forces. A concern was raised that the founding description of the defense forces appeared to loosen their duty to uphold the Constitution. The amended bill reenacts that provision so that the duty to uphold the Constitution stands on the face of the text, expressed in harmony with the rest of the constitutional architecture of the security sector. The concern was met and met in the text itself, Madam President. And the bill was strengthened, thirdly, by a body of refinement at the committee stage, a clearer ordering of the leadership of our apex courts and the procedure for appointing our judges, a measure of representation at local authority level, reserving seats for women and for the youth, and an alignment of the terms of our Chiefs Council to the new national electoral cycle, so that no part of our electoral calendar is left out of step with the rest. The core of the bill, Madam President, came through all of this process unchanged. What has been amended was by concession, where the people asked for it, and by tidying where the text required it. That is what consultation, Madam President, is all about. I will turn to the next issue, Madam President, the bill as the cure of the mischief. Madam President, having named the mischief, let me show how the bill cures it. For the cure lies in the core of the bill, and the core is compact, deliberate, and coherent. At its heart, this bill does two things, and the clauses that do them should be read together, because they are a single response or a package to a single ailment. The bill reforms first the manner in which we choose our highest office, so that the president is elected by the people through their parliament. The chamber the people themselves elect, and to which the president so chosen remains continuously answerable. This does not remove the people's voice. It carries the voice by a steadier and non-toxic route. For too long, Madam President, the direct contest for the presidency has been framed as a winner-takes-all event in which the victory of one side means the total exclusion of the other. And that framing breeds the very toxic division and paralysis we deplore. To draw the choice of president into the people's parliament is to reward consensus building and the commanding of broad support across national interests, and to make the highest office answerable not once in several years, but continuously through the confidence of the people's representatives. This is the settled practice of the best governed constitutional democracies of our own region and beyond. And it is the practice this nation itself followed in the early years of its independence. It reforms, secondly, the length of the national electoral cycle, so that the term of office of the president, the lifespan of parliament, run together for 7 years rather than 5, giving the people's government the time to plan, to build, to develop, and to be judged on what it has delivered, rather than the time only to be elected and then immediately to prepare to be elected, to be re-elected. This is the medicine for the restlessness that has crowded out the work of government. Madam President, this is what lawmaking is. When the structure is the ailment, the cure is a better structure. And the core of this bill is exactly that, Madam President. I now come to supporting amendments. Madam President, around that core stands a body of supporting amendments whose purpose is to clean and to tighten the wider machinery of our governance, so that our core reforms sit within a coherent national framework rather than against a patchwork. These are: 1, measures that consolidate the registration of voters where the civil registry already lives, while leaving the conduct and supervision of every election and every referendum, as well as the accreditation of election observers within the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. Secondly, measures that entrench a dedicated body to draw our electoral and administrative boundaries as a full-time discipline rather than a part-time burden. Thirdly, measures that restructure the leadership of our apex courts and refine the appointment of our judges. Fourthly, measures that align the duration of every elective public office, our chiefs included, to the new national electoral cycle. And fifthly, measures that tidy up the text on the institutions whose constitutional term have already run their course. Madam President, I will speak to each of these in its place when this Honorable House examines the bill clause by clause. For the present, it is enough to say that these are the supporting works that allow the core reforms to stand: alignment, consolidating, and tidying in the service of one coherent constitutional framework. Madam President, allow me to turn to the 4 critical issues. Madam President, I come now to the 4 critical issues on which the debate on the bill has thus far turned. The issues I promised this Honorable House at the beginning of my presentation, that I would answer beyond reasonable doubt. By the intensity with which they were pressed, the four hardest argued criticisms of this bill are: 1, the charge of unconstitutional term extension for the President and members of Parliament. Secondly, the meaning of the non-obstantive phrase under Clause 4 regarding the continuation in office of the President, and under Clause 9 with respect to the continuation in office of members of Parliament. And thirdly, the charge of self-dealing by the President and members of Parliament. And lastly, the demand for a referendum. I now take each one in that order, and I respectfully request the honorable senators for their close attention, because here the argument requires a little law, though I will keep the law in plain speech as a matter that every senator and every citizen can follow. Firstly, there is the charge of term extension. Madam President, everything here turns on a distinction the Constitution itself draws with great care, and which the critics have collapsed. It is the distinction between the length of a term and the limit on terms. So there are two things: the length of a term and the limit of a term. Let me further that distinction first in law, and then leave this honorable House with a picture to hold it by. Madam President, our Constitution keeps exactly these two promises in exactly two distinct provisions. One fixes how long a term runs. The other, which is untouched by this bill, says that no person may hold the office of the President for more than 2 terms. This bill lengthens the term of office, namely the electoral cycle. It does not amend by a single word the rule that caps or limits every occupant at 2 terms, the limit Madam President stands. And the Honorable House should know how to tell a genuine cap from a mere measure of length, because the law gives us the test in Section 328, subsection 1 of the Constitution. A true limit on terms has 3 marks. It speaks to the personal tenure of an individual, person specific, not to the electoral cycle of an office that a succession of holders may fill. It states an express cumulative and maximum on how long that person may serve. And it carries the language of a closed door. Non-renewal, renewable once only, no more than so many terms. The provision, Madam President, in Section 91, subsection 2, that limits the tenure of the President at 2 terms, with the threshold of 3 or more years deemed a full term, carries every one of these marks. The provisions this bill amends, which set the length of the electoral cycle for the office of the President and for Parliament, carry none of them. They name no person, they state no maximum tenure, and they shut no door. They are measures of the length of time for holding elections to elective public offices of the President, Parliament, local authorities, and the Council of Chiefs. And they have governed every election this country has held since independence, while never once in all those decades being mistaken for a term limit until this bill was laid before Parliament. I am aware, Madam President, that our highest court, the Constitutional Court, in the case that critics routinely invoke the Max Mpungu case, listed in passing a set of term limit provisions by way of illustration in a non-binding part of its judgment. which included section 95 subsection 2, the term length provision on the duration of the president as an office, a provision that in one form or another has always been in the Constitution since 1980. This Honorable House should weigh what that was. It was an aside, an observation made along the way, and not a binding decision of the Constitutional Court. The reasoning of the court is binding hard, drew the very line I have drawn this afternoon, that a limit is defined by a limit on a person's tenure, and that a mere measure of length is not such a limit. 9 of these provisions in that illustrative list bear precisely the 3 marks of a true term limit. The one that does not is the measure of length, and its inclusion in an aside changes nothing, because an aside is not the law. The true and only limit on the president as a public officer lives in the 2-term rule in section 95 subsection 2, which this bill does not touch, and the court's own reasoning confirms it. Madam President, if a single picture will fix all of this in the mind, let me leave the Honorable House with one. Think of the office, Madam President, as a field. Just think the office as a field, held in trust for the nation, and think of a single term as one growing season upon that field. The law fixes how long each season runs. When we lengthen a season from 5 to 7 months, we change how long the crop has to grow in any one season and nothing more. We do not touch the separate and quite different rule that says how many seasons one steward may ever be allocated that field. The length of the season and the number of seasons are 2 different things, written in 2 different rules. A steward whose season is made longer is not thereby granted an extra season, and a steward who departs in the middle of a season hands on to the next only the time that season has left to run, not a fresh one of his own. That is the mark of a season. It belongs to this field, and the field belongs to the nation. The limit on the season belongs to the steward, and it is a separate command in its own plain words. We have lengthened the season, Madam President. We have not touched the cap on seasons, and so the cap stands. Madam President, I turn to the second critical issue on the non-obstantive phrase used in clauses 4 and 9 regarding the continuation in office of President and members of Parliament. The use of the non-obstantive phrase in the 2 clauses has been misread as some constitutional sleight of hand. Honorable Senators will find in clause 4 and 9 a phrase that opens with the words, and I quote, "notwithstanding." This is the non-obstantive phrase. Its clauses 4b and 4. It's in clauses 4b and 9b. The critics say this phrase overrides the entrenched amendment provision in section 328, or it amends it, or overrides it. In point of fact, and at law as interpreted by the Constitutional Court, it does none of these things. The non-obstantive phrase in clauses 4 and 9 of the bill is a clarifying device, and its plain meaning is no more sinister than the words "for the avoidance of doubt." It is inserted to make clear on the face of the amendment that the lengthening of the electoral cycles for the office of the President and Parliament as institutions is not an amendment to a term limit provision and therefore does not engage the protection that the Constitution reserves for term limits. And this device, Madam President, is not a novelty invented for this bill. It is the very technique that Parliament itself first used 5 years ago in 2021 when it raised the retirement age of our apex court judges. Parliament wrote the same clarifying words in section 186 subsection 4 when that amendment was challenged in court. Our highest court examined those very words and upheld the words after clarifying them. The Constitutional Court held that such a clarifying phrase does not modify section 328, does not amend it, and does not supersede or override it. It only makes plain that the amendment in question is not an amendment to a term limit provision at all, and so the protection reserved for term limits is simply never engaged. What was true of the amendment to the retirement age of apex court judges in 2021 is true today of the length of electoral cycles for the office of President and Parliament. Therefore, the bill borrows a settled and approved constitutional template, and it does the same modest, honest work. It removes doubt. If it does not amend the amending provision, then the protection in section 328 subsection 7 that guards that provision against amendment is not in play, and no referendum is summoned by it. Madam President, the third critical issue, and the one that the critics press most loudly because it carries a moral charge, is the accusation of self-dealing, that the President and members of Parliament are processing this bill to secure a benefit for themselves personally. I address it directly, Madam President, because once it is examined against the law, it invents. Pardon me, I'll check it again. I address it directly, Madam President, because once it is examined against the law, it invents completely. It fails firstly because there is no term limit provision here to be extended for anyone's personal gain, none whatsoever. The term limit on the President in section 91 subsection 2 stands untouched, and members of Parliament are subject to no cap or a term limit at all, and they never have been. A charge of self-dealing upon a term limit assumes that a term limit is being amended. For the President, it is not, and for members of Parliament, there is none to amend. The premise of the charge is therefore absent before the argument begins. It fails, secondly, because what the bill does amend belongs not to the office holder, but to the institution. The length of an electoral cycle is the property of the office, not of the person who happens to occupy the office. The proof sits in our own constitutional machinery, in a thing every senator has witnessed. When a seat in the National Assembly falls vacant and is filled at a by-election, the member who wins does not receive a fresh full term of his own. He or she serves only the time the electoral cycle is left to run. Similarly, Madam President, when a president resigns, is removed from office or dies, the successor does not start a fresh term of office, but serves for the remainder of the term length. And when the whole Parliament dissolves, every seat from the President to members of Parliament, local authorities, falls vacant on one clock because the term belongs to the three institutions and not to the incumbents. The benefit, if it may even be called that, is incidental to a measure about the institution. It is not the object of it. And it fails, thirdly, for the most important reason of all, which is that the application of this measure to those presently in office, namely the President and members of Parliament, is not a defect to be excused, but the correct and intended operation of law. There is a settled rule codified in Section 11 of the Interpretation Act by which all our laws are read, that an enactment speaks to all whom it governs, past, present, and future alike, unless it says otherwise in plain and express terms. This rule is based on what is called the always speaking doctrine. Our highest court, Madam President, applied that very rule when it upheld the raising of the retirement age of apex court judges, holding that the amendment applied to the then sitting judges, not only to future judges, to single out the present office holders on no principled ground, but the accident that they happen to hold office when the amendment takes effect, or to read this measure as self-dealing or as applying only to future holders would be to manufacture an absurdity. The law forbids that reading. So the charge of self-dealing asks this Honorable House to treat as a private advantage the very feature the law requires, which is the general and equal application of the measure. It is no constitutional objection at all. Madam President, we do not stop making the laws of taxation because ourselves we pay tax. And a judge does not stop interpreting a law because the law touches it. Indeed, it is in this context that the Constitutional Court decision that raised the retirement age of judges from 70 to 75 applied to the judges who made it. To govern is to make rules that fall upon the governors as upon the governed. That is not self-dealing. It is the application of the rule of law without favor. Madam President, I come to the fourth issue, which I have saved for last because it deserves a complete answer, and also because the answer exposes how little the demand has to do with the Constitution itself. It is the demand that this bill be put to a national referendum after it is passed by a minimum of 2/3 of the membership of the National Assembly and this Honorable House, and it must not be, and I will explain why not. A referendum, Madam President, is a matter of law and not of a political disposition or appetite. The Constitution reserves the national referendum only for 3 kinds of amendments. 3 alone, Madam President. An amendment to Chapter 4, the Declaration of Rights, that is, an amendment to Chapter 16, which governs agricultural land, and an amendment to Section 328, the provision that governs the procedure for amending the Constitution. For every other amendment, Madam President, the Constitution prescribes a different but equally demanding road. Publication of the bill in precise terms, a long season of public consultation, and the affirmative votes of 2/3 of the membership of each house in Parliament at the final reading. That is the prescribed constitutional design. So the question becomes a simple one, Madam President. Does this bill amend the Declaration of Rights? Does it amend the land chapter? Or does it amend the procedure for amending the Constitution? Madam President, it does not. And the Constitution itself tells us how to check through section 328 subsection 2, which commands that an amendment must be in express terms. There is no such thing as an amendment by implication. No such thing as an amendment by atmosphere. It is not a valid constitutional position to argue that the lengthening of the national electoral cycle somehow has the backdoor effect of engaging section 328, or that providing for a parliamentary election of the president somehow indirectly engages section 67 on political rights. The crystal clear fact is that no clause of this bill amends section chapter 4, chapter 16, or section 328. And what is not expressly amended cannot be the ground of a referendum. The Constitution does not require. And in any event, Madam President, an implied amendment is constitutionally impermissible under section 328 subsection 2, and thus cannot be taken to a referendum. And there is a fourth rule, Madam President, that I must name and lay to rest, because so much of the demand for a referendum rests upon it. It is the claim that whenever a term limit provision is amended, a referendum must follow. There is no such provision or rule in our Constitution. And I say so plainly to this Honorable House. What the Constitution actually provides is narrower and more precise. In this connection, a referendum enters the picture only and only at the point where, having amended a term limit provision, one then seeks to apply that amendment to a person already in office. That is the only door through which a referendum works, and it has two locks. There must first be an amendment to a genuine term limit provision, and there must then be an amendment, an attempt, and there must then be an attempt to apply it to a sitting public office holder governed by that term limit provision. In this bill, Madam President, neither lock is even reached, because there is no amendment to any term limit provision at all. The question of applying such an amendment to an incumbent therefore does not arise in the first place. The Constitution has been amended before by the road it prescribes. For example, in 2021, when Section 186 was amended to raise the retirement age of apex court judges from 70 to 75, without a referendum and without complaint, so it is similarly amended now. To demand a referendum, which the Constitution does not require, is not constitutional vigilance. It is a request that this Honorable House should surrender its constitutional duty. The Constitution places squarely upon it, hence it cannot be accepted. Madam Speaker, I'll just do a cursory reflection on public consultation. Madam President, pardon me. Before I conclude, let me place before this Honorable House the analytical assessment I promised for the scale of what has been done deserves to be seen as a whole. I leave the data count of public submissions to the good work that was done by the chairperson of the Joint Committee, whose report is available. My reckoning is of the parliamentary record itself, which is mine to keep. Consider the debate in the National Assembly. Across 7 sitting days, a record number of members rose to engage this bill on its merit. The figure is worth stating here in full. Of the members of the National Assembly, almost 2 in 3, some 65% of them debated this bill. Madam President, set that beside our own recent history. When the first amendment to this constitution was debated in 2017, fewer than a score of numbers rose. When the second was debated, fewer still. The debate of this bill in the National Assembly drew more contributions than both of the previous cases many times over. By the record of Parliament itself, this is the most debated amendment in the constitutional history of this country, and the clear majority of those who debated it were positively disposed towards it. The scrutiny matched the breadth of the debate. This bill was examined by a record 8 committees of Parliament, 3 thematic committees of this Honorable House, and 5 portfolio committees of the National Assembly, the most that have ever sat in the joint scrutiny of a single amendment. Madam President, those who call this consultation thin did not trouble to read who conducted it or how many committees were involved. The numbers are not an ornament to the argument. They are the argument. The nation was asked in the fullest voice it has ever raised on any bill what it wished its constitution to say, and the nation answered resoundingly. The support within the National Assembly resonated with the support beyond it, and the bill that is now before this Honorable House is stronger for both. Madam President, in conclusion, let me draw the threads together. This bill cures a real and documented two-pronged mischief, a divisive, polarizing, and toxic method of choosing our president, and a restless national electoral cycle too short for the work of building and developing the nation, and the 5 afflictions that the two-pronged mischief has bred across more than 3 decades. The bill cures that mischief at its structural root by drawing the choice of the highest office into the People's Parliament, and by lengthening the national electoral cycle so that the work of governing has room to be done. And around that core, the bill sets a coherent body of supporting reforms, some of which were refined where the people asked. Madam President, regarding the 4 charges that have been pressed hardest against the bill, this Honorable House now has answers. This bill grants no term extension for the President or members of Parliament, for it lengthens only the season without touching the limit on season. The CAB stands exactly as the people wrote it. Its serving mechanism, the non-obstantive phrases under clause 4B and 9B, overrides nothing. It only removes doubt by the very technique Parliament used in 2021, and our highest court upheld the same. It is no act of self-dealing for the President and Parliament, for there is no term limit here to extend. What the bill amends belongs to the institution of the President and Parliament, not the incumbent. The equal application of the continuation in office for the President and members of Parliament is the rule of law and not a private favor, and it requires no referendum, for it amends none of the 3 parts of the Constitution which are entrenched and protected. And for those who the bill has implied amendments, the law knows no amendment by implication. Madam President, the people of this country asked for institutions that would let them build and develop the nation. And they asked in the fullest voice this nation has ever raised. The debate has been long. The scrutiny has been real. And the bill before the Senate is better for both. Madam President, I therefore commend the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment number 3, Bill 2026, to this Honorable Senate, and accordingly move that the bill be now read a second time. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The question before the House is a motion by the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs that the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Number 3 Bill, HB 1A 2026, be now read a second time. Is there any debate? I call upon Senator Mavenyengwa, Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to present a report on the Joint Portfolio Committees on Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Women Affairs, Community and Small and Medium Enterprise Development, Local Government and Public Works, Defense, Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, Home Affairs, Security Services and War Veterans Affairs, and thematic committees on the human rights, peace and security, and gender and development on the analysis of the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Number 3 Bill of 2026. Madam President, I will concentrate more on observations and findings since the document is big, so that I will hand over the report to Hansard for recording. Madam President, the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill Number 3 2026 HB 1 of 2026 was officially published in the Government Gazette on 16 February 2026. Accordingly, Parliament invited the members of the public to express their views on the proposed bill in public meetings and through written submissions in accordance with Section 328 in brackets 4 of the Constitution. The bill was referred to the Portfolio Committee on Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, recognizing the bill's cross-cutting implications for governance, gender equality, human rights, traditional leadership, among other issues. Parliament constituted a joint committee in order to ensure a comprehensive review of the bill. Madam President, the objectives of this bill, one was to assess whether the bill is in the interest of the public in order to ensure broader consensus. Two, to check whether the proposed provisions are consistent with the provisions of the Constitution. To consider the impact of the bill, and lastly to check whether the proposed amendments align with the regional and international best practices. On methodology, Parliament, after gazetting the bill, Parliament immediately began receiving written submissions made directly to Parliament and through emails from the public until 18 May 2026. Parliament also deployed 11 teams drawn from the 8 parliamentary committees to cover each of the administrative districts in the country's 10 provinces. Madam President, physical documents submitted by the public during the public hearings were collected at every venue to accommodate those who did not get an opportunity to speak. A grand total for submissions 540,037 submissions. Number of submissions in support of the bill from the 540,000, those who were in support were 537,102. Number of submissions against the bill, 2,935. Madam President, I'll go straight to clause 2 of the amendment. Clause 2, which talks about transferring of voter registration and management of the voters' roll from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to the Registrar General. The majority of submissions strongly supported transferring the responsibility for voter registration as well as compiling and maintaining the voters' roll from ZEC to the Civil Registry Department, that is the Registrar General. Participants argued that the Registrar General is uniquely positioned to maintain an accurate, up-to-date voters' roll, effectively preventing the prolonged inclusion of deceased or non-existent individuals. Committee on observations on that point. The committee noted that leveraging on vital civil records provides a distinct technical advantage in maintaining an accurate voters' roll, while simultaneously acknowledging legitimate concerns surrounding the need for institutional independence for the electoral board. Furthermore, the committee observed the significant investments already made by ZEC, particularly the acquisition of biometric equipment for effective voter registration and also the poll-based voting system which was introduced in 2018. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends the adoption of Clause 2 to decisively address historical challenges where deceased individuals have remained on the voters' roll. Clause 3, Madam President, changing the election of the President from a direct public vote to election by Parliament. The majority of submissions strongly favored the amendment, arguing that the proposed model would foster greater collaboration and mutual confidence between the executive and the Parliament, ultimately enhancing governance and policy alignment. They emphasized that electing the President through Parliament would substantially reduce the immense financial costs of organizing nationwide presidential elections. Furthermore, they noted that past elections had been marred by political tension, violence, and contestation, especially in respect of results for presidential elections, issues that would be mitigated or eliminated by narrowing the electorate first vice president for consistency. Public submissions were entirely unanimous in their support of the proposed vow to eliminate distinctions between the vice presidents. Let's start with the recommendations on this one. The committee concurs with the submissions in the cause that the clause should be adopted as presented. Clause 6. Provision for vice president to be elected by Parliament in the event of the vacance removing. during the amendment Bill HB1A of 2026. Involvement in public transparency in judicial selections, as well as the regional precedents cited by the public, having both the objective of administrative officials and executive.
And it seems the president safeguard is safe. Mr. President, direct presidential election, clause 3 of the bill also proposed to remove the people's rights to direct elect the president. Instead, the president will be chosen by the parliament. This fundamentally undermines democratic participation. It reduces millions of voters to a small group of politicians, and in our current context, it opens the door to elite capture, patronage, and even outright corruption. As president, a president chosen by politics is not the same as the president chosen by the people. Furthermore, the manner in which clause 3 proposes that the president will be elected raises serious concern. 50. Clause 3 does not request the president to have been publicly nominated. So any person who is completely unknown to the public could be a president. Secondly, clause 3 does not request that the president should be elected from among the members of parliament. So it means that every person who has been rejected by the people at any election could become the president via the back door. President, third, clause 3 does not provide that the election of the president will be by way of secret ballot. This is in a contract too. For instance, the election of the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the National Assembly, who must be elected by secret ballot. Why is secret ballot necessary for those elections, but not for the highest officer of the land, the president? Fourth, clause 3 does not clarify whether those members of the Senate who are not elected by the people, including the 10 senators who will be appointed by the president, will be involved in the election of the president. If they are not involved in the first election of the President, will they be involved in any election of the new president in this event that the president resigns, dies or is removed from office prior to the next generation election? Those are questions the bill does not answer, and they raise grave concern about the democratic about our institution. Structures dissolution of the Senate. Mr. President, this House, it is a directive affected. The bill proposed to expand number of unelected senators appointed by the President by adding addition 10 unelected senators. The result is a senator whose composition can be tickly without majority support from the electorate. A senator that can be engineered to deliver a majority or a two-thirds majority to the ruling party, even where the people have not given one. This is not a reform. It is a manipulation of the democratic system. The bill states that the purpose of this amendment is to bring broader technical expense to the Senate. President, if the Senate does not have the expect that can easily be retracted without amending the Constitution, political parties contesting in elections should simply place qualified person at the top of the Senate proportionally representative list, and a qualified person will be elected to the Senate. Mr. President, the bill stated that another purpose of the amendment is to enhance parliamentary oversight. That is perhaps the leader of the government business can enlighten us as to how heavy person appointed by the executive to the legislature will enhance the legislature oversight role over the executive. Clearly, it has the opposite effect. Mr. President, the bill stated that another purpose of this amendment is to expand the pool of oppositional ministers. Surely, if this is what is needed, it would be simple and more democratic to simply amend section 1043 of the Constitution to increase the number of non-MP ministers who can be appointed to cabinet by the President. That would achieve the same purpose that without diluting the democratic legitimacy of the Senate. Weakening electoral independence. The bill further removed key functions from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission ZEC and place them in the hands of body controlled by the executive. Clause 2 moves control of the voters' roll to the Registrar General, a member of executive, and a person directed appointed by the President, Mr. President. Clause 11 takes elimination of Constitution away from ZEC and give it to a new body called the Zimbabwe Nation Commission, whose members are directed appointed by the President, whose members are not subject to the same treatment of the independence as ZEC or any other Chapter 12 commissions. If the executive controls the process, the credibility of election is destroyed. While I am not convinced of the need for a separate election commission, if government is convinced that it means a separate election commission, why not create it as a Chapter 12 commission and make it subject to the same requirement of independence as any other Chapter 12 commission? Therefore, Mr. President, I formally propose that the Zimbabwe Nation Commission be created as a Chapter 12 commission.
Order. You've got 5 minutes left.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. The bigger picture, Mr. President, each of those changes concerning on its own, but together they review a clear pattern. Powers being centralized, the people are being excluded, safeguards are being removed, accountability is being weakened. This is not a constitutional reform. It is a fundamental shift away from democracy. Conclusion, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Do we serve the people or do we serve ourselves? The answer must be clear. Violation of the Constitution undermine democracy and remove power from the people of Zimbabwe. For those reasons, I urge this House reject this bill entirely. And if constitutional reform is truly requested, let it be done properly in accordance with the Constitution, with the full public participation, and with the consent of the people through a referendum. To my fellow senators, the Constitution belongs to the people, and we are meant its custodians. Let us not betray that trust from our people. God help us. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Senator Chief Mutasa.
Tinotenda Honorable President. Chekutanga chada kungotaura ndechekuti isusu kwatinobva nevanhu vedu vakatituma wakati mambo endai kwamuri kuenda munotaura kuti tawerenga tataura tanzwa chivataurirai vari kumberi kuti isusu kwedu tati chakachena. Pachakanakira chiro ichi ngechekuti handi chewanhu wekunze, ngechedu chatiri kugadzira zvatinoda zvinotitonga isu maererano nemagariro edu netsika dzedu. Pachakanakirazve ndepekuti hachisi kumanikidza munhu. Kana paine ari muparamendi anofunga kuti iye ari kuda 5 years ari muno, kana dzakwana wobuda, bhiro harisi kurambidza munhu. Kana 5 years dzakwana unongotaura kuti wakurume pangu pakwana, then poitwa by election, poitwa umwe wouya.
Yes.
Saka ndiri kuti bambo chironge chedu hazi newanhu chakanaka, ngachiende mberi. Thank you.
Senator Ungwe O.
Mazvita, Mr. President, nekundipawo mukana wekuti nditaurewo mashoko maererano nebhiri redu iri. CAB3. Chokutanga ndoda kuti nditende Minister Justice and Legal Parliamentarian Affairs, Honorable Ziyambi. Nokuunza bill iri. Ndiri kuona sekuti ranga ratoti nonokei kuti zvimwe zvino tigadzirise sevana vemuZimbabwe. Ndoda kuti ndikutendei Minister. Ini Mr. President, murimi mubati wechigaro, ndiri kuda kuti nditi bill iri harina kunakira utungamiriri chete, asi rakanakira nyika yese sezvairi.
ndiri kusapota bill irori nokuda kwekuti rawedzera makore kubva pa5 years kusvika pa7 years kubva kuna presidential, parliamentarians ne-local authority. Zvichireva izvo kuti nguva zhinji tanga tichipedza nekusadevelopa nyika nokuda kwekumhanyira zvezvigaro. Izvozvi, Mr. President, dai izvozvi takutomhanya nokuti tine vanhu vanenge vachitotifemera mugotsi. Both maparties munenge maane vari kukufemerai mwoyo gotsi, nyange nekumadzishe munenge maane vari kukufemerai mwoyo gotsi, nokuti vanhu vanenge vachizvidawo zvigaro izvi. Saka tiri kuti isu bill iri rekuwedzera 7 years aiwazve achisi chinhu chedambe, nokuti takuwana nguva yakawanda yekuti tione kuti nyika yedu iri kuenderera mberi. Tine 1 year yatanga tichiita yekupinda muya office. Hakuna anopinda muoffice osvikoziva zvirimo. Chero mukadzi akaroorwa chaiye anotanga kusvikodzidza zvinhu zvemumusha imomo. Saka 1 year topinda mugore rechipiri unenge uchiri kungoona kuti zvinhu izvi musha uyu uri kufamba sei. Gore rechitatu watone vari kukufemera, waakutonomira kuda kutombonodifenda. Unonzwa kuti kune aita ball anenge asingangonoriitika chete, anenge atotanga mode yekutokambena. President wovanenge vachingogarawo vachingoti ndiri kuuye shanda, asi kunenge kuine vamwe futi vanenge vachivafemera vanenge vachichidawo chigaro. Saka ini ndiri kusapota bill irori. Ndinoda kukupai muenzaniso, Mr. President, webasa raitwa munyika muno ne-current government iripo. Iyo inoimba inoi yatiri inoi parliament. Nofunga mu Africa muna imba yakavakwa fanike imba inoi. Ndore rimwe rebasa rakaitwa ne-Second Republic. Mukatarisa Robert Mugabe International Airport yakawedzerwa zvinodadisa zvakanaka zvokuti chero vaimbosikwira ndege, ini ndaimbosikwira ndege, but waiti kana wodzoka pa-airport yenyu unoti but vakomana tinenge takasarira, but iye zvino izvi taakuenderana navo. Tarisai zvaitwa mumaroads, rehabilitation yemaroads iri kufamba zvakanaka, neprogram ye-ERRP zviri kufamba zvakanaka. Trabablas interchange taingoti kana tamboyambukawo taenda pamhiravo ndopatainozvionera, but iye zvino izvi taanazvo zvave muno. Zvinoreva izvo kuti tikanyatsoshanda tikatora idzo 7 years tinoita zvidaudau, nokuti unenge usina zvekufunga kuti kune mumwe ari kuda kuuya kuzotorapo. Zvimwe ndichati svetuke, nokuti handisi kuda kuti ndisorotora nguva nyaya iripo ndeyekuti isu kana kuti ini kana kuti imba inoi ngatisapotei bill sekuuya kwaraita. Toda kungofarira minister ma-organizations akati one day anga achema nesu madzimai nana baba nokuti gender ndeyana baba nana mai nevanasikana ndeye munhu wese. Nokuda kwekuti Zimbabwe yanga yakateedzera zvakabuda paBeijing makore iwayo yenyaya yekuchengetedza gender, tiri kuona isusu kuti minister makaita henyu makazozviona mukaisudurudza kuti yakuramba yakamira iripo, nokuti ndo chimwe chinhu chatanga nesu tichitochema nacho, nokuti tiri kuonawo mabasa ari kutoitwa kune gender violence mudzimba umu, kune zvakawanda, but tanga tichiona kuti commission iyoyi yanga ichitibatsira maererano neunhu hwedu. Tinoda kuti tingotaura ndichiri gender kuti nyika ino Zimbabwe ndiyo yeimwe yakagona kutevedzera zveBeijing conference munyika dzese dzemuAfrica. Saka izvozvo zvinoda kuti zvikudzwe. Inini sezvandataura handisi kutora nguva, regai ndichingopedzisira ndichiti bill redu iri rakatinakira. Ini ndinobva muHarare, munoziva kuti muHarare munoitwa zvese. South Africa chaiva nedzimwe vamwe vakakomberedza kana kuti kuvhotera president. Parliament dzimwe dzese idzo ndo dzinosarudza president. Kana tiine simba rekuvabvisa, ko chinotipa kuti tisavavhotere chi? Saka isu seHarare tiri kuti aiwa bhiriri rakanyanyisa kuda pamwe tingambozorora nyaya yekutorerwa vana vachinzi indai munotema vanhu muroad, indai munoita izvo, zvikada tingambozorora nokuti vanenge vasinawo kubudirira vanenge vaine shungu, vongofunga kuti vakanonwisa vana vedu zvinodhaka vovapinza muroad. Saka izvozvo zvinopa kuti nyika isagadzikane. Regai nditi naiwaya mazviita henyu, Harare iri kusapota this bill neuwandu hwayo nezvese zviri mairi nezvagadziriswa zvemachief. Tiri kuda kuti tingozvisapota. Mazvita.
Mazvita, Honorable Senator Ungwe. I recognize the Honorable Senator Munemo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to add my views on the topical Constitution Amendment Bill number 3. I rise to support this bill in totality. It serves in community development and uplifting our democracy. Clause 4, 9, and 10. Mr. President, I support the extension of the election cycle by 2 years. Zimbabwe has trapped a 5-year election cycle since 1980. From the moment a government is sworn in, 4 years becomes election mode. Campaigns start, development stops, and political temperature rises. Look at our recent past, Mr. President. 2018 and 2023 elections, both were followed by contested results, street protests, and loss of life. August 1, 2018, post-election violence claims 6 lives. That is the cost of perpetual election tension. Infrastructure delays. Mr. President, the Bedbridge border post modernization, Harare Masvingo Road rehabilitation, and new rural clinics projects were at stall. Contractors fear police shifts after elections. Citizens pay the price with potholes, clinic drug shortages, and dry taps. Adding 2 years gives government 7 years. That's breathing, Mr. President. 2 extra years means A, roads like the Harare-Chirunda Highway can be completed without stopping for campaigns. B, clinics in Matabeleland South can be stocked and staffed beyond election promises. C, schools under the BEAM program can plan long-term instead of year-to-year. D, water projects in Bulawayo and airport like RGM International can finish on engineering timelines, not political ones. Mr. President said, the President's open for business mantra has opened the country to have good diplomatic relationship with both the East and West countries. That has led to ongoing major oil and gas exploration in Zaraban being done by an Australian company, Invictus Energy. And also Wange Power Station expands Unit 7 and 8 done by Chinese firm Sinohydro. These are the few that I can give as examples in this House, but there are many that can take us the whole day to mention, Mr. President. The President's leadership have also seen Zimbabwe recently being elected to the UN Security Council with overwhelming votes for a 2-year period, which last happened in 1991 and 1992. This is not about clinching to power. This is about freeing Zimbabwe from election mode. When we have not yet completed development projects and proper reintegration into the global community after a long time of isolation, let's build first, then campaign. Clause 2, Mr. President, I support inclusion of the Registrar General's office in voters registration. The Registrar General is already the custodian of births and deaths and national IDs. Every eligible voter must first be born, registered, and issued an ID by that office. Our electoral problems prove why this makes sense, Mr. President. Duplicate missing voters in 2013 and 2018, voters turned up to find names missing or aliens on the roll. That happens when voter registration is divorced from death records. Ghost voters. Without linking to death records, the voters' roll cannot clean itself. The Registrar General already records when a citizen dies. Use that data. If the office that knows who was born and who dies manages registration, we get a clean, credible voters' roll. That leads to fewer disputes, fewer court challenges, and more faith in results. Fair elections start with a fair roll. In conclusion, Mr. President, I support this bill. Let us choose roads over rallies, clinics over conflict, water over walkouts. Let us build Zimbabwe first, then contest it fairly. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Munemo. I recognize the Honorable Senator Chief Nechombo.
Ndo tenda zvikuru mubati vechigaro. Ndinosimuka ndichinyanya kusimudzwa netsika dzedu dzepasi chigare idzo dzinoti kare hagara ari kare, uyezve tsika muonera pamwe chete chuma chemuzukuru. Tsika maonero edu zvatinobvumirana, zvatinowirirana panguva iyoyo zvinoonekwa nerujinji kwete mumwe chete. Ndosaka ndati ndarira imwe chete hairire mugumbo. Rimwe basa redu semadzimambo kuchengetedza tsika zvinoda vanhu zvavanobvumirana, zvavanowirirana. Saka ndauya kuno, ndiri kuno kudare, mudare redu tiri kutaura tichiti tsika dzedu, tsika dzinoshanduka. Padzanga dziri nezuro hadzirambe dziripo. Kare hagare ari kare. Kudunhu randinobva ndakamiririra Mashonaland East Province. Madzimambo edu vauya kuti tive takachengetedza tsika dzedu zvinoda vanhu zvatinobvumirana, tichiti bill number 3 tiri kuritsigira kuMashonaland East Province. Aiwa, mbati wechigaro nemashoko yayo ndinoti akwana.
Honorable Chief Nechombo. I recognize the Honorable Senator Fanwell.
Twalumba Mr. President kundipa chindi echino chakuti ndambule atala amendment bill iliwo. Ndiri kulumba pati kuti twasika muchindi chakuti onse muntu ulimo muno abali anze esuswe tulimo muno tumaseneta twachitambula ikuti tuchambule ichiga echichiriwo imekali kuyimikira kuti kandi likulumba ikuti ima elections ima kuvota kama kuendelea kuvota kula chedeska ilusumbuo munyika lino tulizikwene zili kuchitikana mukati kenyika esu tazibusi gwi muntu olo mutete ulichibwene chili kuchitikana tani andi kuti ndibuzike zigambo skingi izi kolo tezi yakali ope pesi bali mpera wesu ba president besu bali kuchichita tuli kwamba lubo aminyaka eiri kupekwa lino mutubedde obwa tuli ma senator iminyaka eyi yaba itwaba itatu kale tatu na chikonzya kuti tukasikire alya kuti tukwanishe kuti tuchite lusumpuko tuli mbwi mboli ibazulizwi babantu ibazulizwi bakuti twimikirira apo bakatutuma ime tandiwambula zinthu zikingi kandi zwako matebele north kupinga ndakaliwo ibakasikide matimu amakomiti akasikide kupinga ndakaliwo pesi meta akunchidakambula ibantu bakachiyanda kambo takali kuku langirizi ya binga north epinga south mboli mwakazumire note kwa imwe province yende kutiswana na ndawo imwe ndiri mbwiri tiba ntibe binga kuti bali kuchisupporta amendment bill A kanti akwezikingi zindende kwambula kandi kuambula lwo kanti supporta gender commission A yakazozumizikwa vere gender commission kambo ibana kazi vetu botero dagala kuti ani gender yakayakuli twakali solid twakazolumba ikutegwa gender commission tilangi bana kazi kupera yandula kambo bana kazi ndiswetu sikera ndiswetu tumbuka ndiswetu langira muntu wonseni so tuli kujana kulumba tuli kwisupporta ibill eyo kanti akwemengi yakwambula twalumbala ku ibill yonse ime mundi bedendiri peka pano senator Martin not pinga ndiri kwisupporta kunemba njio twalumbala
Twalumba Senator Rebecca Fanwell. I recognize the Honorable Senator Ndlovu Rita.
Ngiyabonga mthungameli weSenate. Okokuqala ngizathanda ukubonga uMinister weJustice ngokubuya leli bhili njalo futhi wananzelela ukuthi kuleli bhili kulezinto okwakumele zikhitshwe ezinjenge gender commission lokuthi izinduna zivotelwe zibe kumbangazwe. Ngiyabonga ukuthi bagcine bekunanzelela ukuthi igender commission imele vele ibe khona ngoba zinengi izinto okumele zilungisiswe, ezinye sezingathi zilungile ezinye azikalungi. So ngiyambonga uMinister ngakhona lokho. Ngiphinde ngibonge futhi ngibongele izinduna ngoba izinduna azimelanga zithathe uhlangothi, zimele zihlale zisebantwini ngoba induna yinduna yabantu bonke. Ngizathanda nje ukuthi nxa limvumela Mr President ukuthi ngikhulume ikakhulu ngizakhuluma ngeclose leyi ekhuluma ngokuthi uPresident kavotelwe ngamalunga eParliament. Yebo ngiyakusupporta lokho Mr President, but ngibe sengicela ukuedela ukuthi uMinister weJustice ubemele aqalele kokunye engakafiki ukuthi ama-members eParliament kavotele uPresident. Kulento leyo kuthiwa yi-proportional representation eyenziwa kwamanye amazwe. So bengicabanga ukuthi uMinister bekumele athi asiyekeleni ukuba le first past the post sibe le proportional representation ukwenzela ukuthi lokho ngikhulunyiswa ukuthi abantu bonke bazizwe labo beyingxenye yayona le inkundla, ngoba kuvamile eZimbabwe ukuthi kulama parties amabili, kule opposition kule ruling party. Amanye ama-parties amancane kucina besiba lokukhonona okuyikho embone ngathi kubangelani umsindo khona lokhu ukuthi wona la ama-party amancane amavoti ayalahlwa.
nxa kuyikuthi uminister engakuconsider baba president ukuthi kube le proportional representation lapho amanye amaphathi amancane azathola layo ukubuya lapha ukwenzela ukuthi kube lokuthula kuyona linkundla. Ngibe sengicina ngokuthi Mr President, hayi ibill ngiyayisekela yonke kodwa with those few engukhulumile engicela futhi ukuthi ngabani kuthiwa uminister wejustice ukubonile ukuthi aqalele ngaphambilini andubana afike kutheni amadele umabili akhethe umongameli welizwe. Ngiyabonga Mr President.
Ngiyabonga Honorable Senator Ndlovu. I recognize the Honorable Senator Chief Ngezi.
Ndinotenda President nekuti pawo mukana kuti titaure nezvechinhu chakakosha kudai.
Order. Just a minute, order. You may take your seat. I just want to remind the honorable members who haven't debated yet that the issue of chiefs, that clause which was meant to allow them to go into politics has been amended. So there is no need to talk about it anymore. It's gone. And then the other issue is about the Gender Commission. I think it was overwhelming. People wanted the Gender Commission to stay, and the Honorable Minister has obliged. So there is no need to talk about it anymore. It's done. Let's save time and talk about other things and avoid tedious repetition. The Honorable Senator Chief Ngezi, sorry for interrupting you.
Ndinotenda President nekundipawo mukana wekuti nditaure pachinhu chakakosha kudai. Ndakamirira madzimambo kuMashbest, vamwe vanoti kuMashwest, toti kuMashbest. Ndinoda kutenda Minister ndevekwedu vejustice ndevekuMashwest, mwana wedu ikoko. Toda kuvatenda zvikuru nemuono wavakaita kuunza bill rakanaka kudai. Isusu kwedu kumadzimambo takatotanga kare kuti isusu tinosarudzana members Chiefs Council ndiwo anozouya kunosarudza president na vice. Saka mamuri kumasure kuti dare rino iri risarudze president, mama akasarira tatiri kumberi shoma. Saka ndinoda kutenda nemuono wakaitwa na president. Madzimambo vakati vekuMashwesi vari kuti tinozvitsigira nemaoko maviri, tinozvigamuchira, tinoti aiwa vane muono wakadai dai Mwari avawedzera mazuva ekurarama. Ndatenda.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Chief Ngezi. I recognize the Honorable Senator Kadungu Ure.
Ndoda kukutenda Mr President nokundipa mukana. Ini ndoda kutaura zvishoma shoma. Kwandinobva ndiri senator uyezve ndiri sabhuku. Village head atori pamutemo. Chokutanga ndoda kutenda president nokuti vari kurangarira zvakare kuti madzimai vanogona kuita ma village heads. Sokusarudzwa kwandakaita. Chechipiri ndoda kutenda bill CAB3. Mangonzwa madzimambo kwavanobva kwese vanotoita musangano nevanhu vavo nemasabhuku avo kutanga. Sabhuku mumwe nemumwe anotosimuka wonounganidzwa kuvanhu vake wotaura zvabva kuna mambo. Mambo mumwe anenge atori nemasabhuku 60 That means akaita musangano nevanhu 60 ivavo mumwe nomumwe achanotaura nevanhu vake. CAB3, Mr. President, rakatinakira zvakanyanyisa. Ndingatoti hapana asingaone kunaka kwakaita migwagwa. Hapana asiri kuona kunaka kwakaita parliament ino. Taiva ku old parliament. Mukakombeya neino, moda chakanaka chakaita sei. Tinongotsigira kuti CAB3 ndairambe yakadaro 7 years tiri kutodzida kuti president vapedzise zvavanga vasina kupedzisa zvacho. Hapana anoumba chirongo agoti chisina kupera chakadai hakuna kwokudira mvura obva ati ngachipiswe. Chinotopera zvechirongo ndokuratidza kuti paumbwa hari. Apa vasati vapedzisa hari yavo ndaipere kuti vanhu vagoisa mvura imomo timwe tichipiwa napresident vedu zvokuita. Mazviita Mr. President nokunipa mukana.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Kadungure. I recognize the Honorable Senator Swanda L.
Thank you, Mr. President, sir. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this important debate. Mr. President, this bill comes before us at a critical time as we align our constitution with the realities of implementing Vision 2030 and the National Development Strategy number 2. I stand here to support several progressive clauses in this bill, which I believe will strengthen our governance, promote stability, and enhance efficiency in the management of our democratic processes. I will also raise concerns on 2 clauses that I believe require reconsideration by this House. Number 1, extension of the presidential term from 5 to 7 years. Madam President, Mr. President, I support this clause. A 7-year term provides the executive with adequate time to plan, implement, and complete long-term national projects without the disruption of frequent election cycles. Development is not an event but a process. Many transformative programs under NDS 1 and 2 require policy consistency, and we have prioritized microeconomical stability, infrastructure development, and agricultural productivity and food security. These priorities cannot be achieved in stop-start cycles. Extending the term to 7 years allows government to see through majority infrastructure, energy, and agricultural projects that are critical to Vision 2030. Stability. Number 3, appointment of an additional 10 senators by the President. Mr. President, the Senate is a house of review, wisdom, and representation as set out in Section 120. The appointment of an extra 10 senators by the President will enhance the diversity of expertise and experience in this House. It allows for the inclusion of eminent persons, technocrats, traditional leaders, and representatives of special interest groups who may not come through the electoral process, but whose contributions are vital for balanced legislation. This strengthens the Senate's capacity to provide sober second thought of national policy and law, and supports the NDS 2 principle of devolution and decentralization by ensuring broader representation of national interests. Mr. President, I now go to number 4. Transfer of the voters' roll to the Registrar General. This is a pragmatic step that I fully support, Mr. President. The Registrar General already maintains the National Civil Registrar under the Birth and Death Registration Act and the National Registration Act. It is logical and cost-effective that the voters' roll be housed under his office. This will create a seamless interface where citizens turning 18 automatically register to vote, improving inclusivity and advancing Section 67 on political rights. It reduces the burden of ZEC to maintain a separate parallel database. It relieves ZEC of administrative weight and allows the Commission to focus on its core mandate under Section 239 of managing elections, ensuring freeness and fairness. This is integration, not duplication. It speaks directly to NDS's 2 science, technology and innovation priority by promoting a governance and data integration. I now go to number 5, Mr. President. On the proposed separate delimitation commission. While I support most clauses, I must register my reservation on the creation of a delimitation commission separate from ZEC. The Constitution under Section 239 and Section 161 already vests ZEC with the mandate to delimit constituencies. Creating a new body risks fragmenting electoral management, introducing institutional conflict, and undermining the independence and capacity we have built in ZEC over the years. Delimitation is a technical and electoral function that should remain with the electoral management body. To ensure coherence, I therefore that this clause be reconsidered so that we do not strip ZEC of a function it is constitutionally competent to perform. In conclusion, Mr. President, Constitution Amendment Bill number 3 carries several clauses that will promote stability, save resources, and improve administrative efficiency. The 7-year presidential term, election of the president by parliament, expansion of the Senate, and integration of the voters' roll with the Registrar General are reforms that will serve this nation well and align with NDS 2. However, as legislators, we must guard against weakening independent commissions that protect our democracy. I therefore support the bill with amendments to retain the delimitation function that under ZEC and maintain the Gender Commission. I so submit, Mr. President. Yes, I support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Swanda. I recognize the Honorable Senator Chief Matsiwo.
Mavita President, tinotenda zvikuru nekundipa mukana unoyu wekuti titaure manzwi andatumwa navo kubva kuMarch Central. Tinobva kuMarch Central Province. March Central Province, madzimambo, masabhuku nevanhu vatinotungamirira vakandipa mashoko okuti mambo panyaya yeCAB3 tiri kusapota nemaoko maviri, tiri kusapota nemoyo wose. CAB3 tichitaura clause yekuti president vanenge vakusarudzwa nema parliaments. Inobatsira zvikuru tikatarisa kuti muno munyika pataivhotera ma-MPs hakuna kana mhirizhonga inoitwa. Mhirizhonga yaizongobuda bedzi pakusarudzwa kwemutungamiriri wenyika. Saka minista vakaona muono uyu, isu sevagari veMarch Central tiri kutovatora sengirozi yauya kunyaradza kuchema kwevanhu. Muchaona kuti iko zvinezvi tikatarisa kuti ma-elections payaitwa every 5 years. Election inopa hurombo. Election inobvisa mari dzakawandisa. Munhu achimanya kuti agone kuwina. Mari dzichirasika, development ichifa. Saka muchaona kuti nokuvedzerwa kwaita temu iyi kuti ibve pa5 years kuenda pa7 years zvichapawo mukana wakakurisisa kwatiri sma-MP nema-councillors kuti vaite basa ravo vachipedza kumatunhu kwatinobva. Pa5 year temu paya president tikapatarisisa muchaona kuti maprojects akawanda aisiwa ari incomplete, anga asingagoni kupera nekuti gore rekutanga anenge ari mutsva ari kuda kudzidza kuti zvinofambiswa sei. Gore repiri, rechitatu, rechina tatova mupolitical mileage, tatanga kutomhurana uya kuti achipesa project iya yakutosiwa ipapo otanga kumhanya futi nezvimwe. Saka tinoda kutenda zvikuru muono wakaitwa nengirozi yedu yakaona kuti hatina imwe nzira yatingaita ingapedza urombo, ingapedza kupesana, ingapedza kumhurana kunze kokuita zvinhu izvi. Saka isu nemashoko andatumwa nawo kuMarch Central tiri kutenda zvakanyanyisisa CAB3 iri tinorigashira rose sezvariri, hatina chatinopokana kana kuvedzera. Ndinotenda President.
Mazvita Honorable Senator Chief nemashoko enyu. I recognize the Honorable Senator Mzverengi.
Giving me the time to debate on a very important bill before us today. Mr. President, I had prepared a long document, but I've summarized my document. I've realized that some of my contributions have been said by my colleagues. Mr. President, the bill was thoroughly debated and exhausted in the House of Assembly. I want to thank the Minister of Justice for his presentation and also the report by Honorable Senator Mavenyengwa. My major points that I have summarized are as follows. Mr. President, I support the term of office of the President to be increased by 2 years. Mr. President, I also support the election of the President by Parliament without reservations. Mr. President, the President to appoint 10 additional senators, increasing the Senate to 90 members, I support without reservations. Mr. President, I also support the President to appoint the Prosecutor General on the advice of the Judicial Service Commission. Mr. President, I also support the delimitation to go to the delimitation committee. It will be an independent commission, and they will also do the delimitation, including the boundaries. Mr. President, I also support that the registration of the voters' roll be returned to the Registrar General's office. Why? That is where all records are kept. Record of new birth, record of deaths, are also kept by the Registrar General. Mr. President, we have seen all the development done in this country since 2017 in terms of infrastructure, in terms of food security, in terms of the health sector, and allow me to end by saying I am in full support of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Mjerengi. I recognize the Honorable Senator Zhidzai.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to contribute to this most important debate, Mr. President. Originally, the list had put me on number 18, but all the same, I'm prepared to share my ideas around this important bill now. Mr. President, as I debate, I don't intend to debate President Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, who I believe has done much better than his predecessor in terms of delivery of certain components of our services. I do understand that President Mnangagwa has increased the GDP of this economy from a measly 20 or so to 57. That is something that praise, applaud, and encourage. Mr. President, but let me not digress. Let me debate the bill. So I rise at this juncture to do exactly that. I rise from a standpoint, Mr. President, not merely of legal interpretation of the law. I'm not a lawyer, engineer. But from the standpoint of constitutionalism, democratic legitimacy, and sovereignty of the people of our beloved fatherland. At the heart of this debate, Mr. President, lies a simple but very profound question. Who owns the Constitution? Who owns this Constitution that we are being asked today to amend? The answer is not Parliament. It's not our Constitution as Parliament. It's not the executive that owns this Constitution. The Constitution, Mr. President, belongs to the people of Zimbabwe. Some who don't sit in these lofty offices, who are walking the streets and valleys and mountains of Chikuku, Zaka, Muroi, and places such as that. But they own this Constitution. Mr. President, our Constitution identifies among the founding values and principles the supremacy of the Constitution, democratic governance, and sovereignty of the people. All political authority, Mr. President, derives from nowhere except the people, and the people only. And this brings me to the years when ZAPU was formed. when President Robert Mugabe suggested the P in ZAPU to amplify the issue of people. So political authority, Mr. President, derives from the people and must be exercised in accordance to their will. Mr. President, the proponents of this bill argue that the Constitution does not expressly require a referendum before extending the tenure of elected officials. I am not walking that route. I don't intend to, because that's a law value. Law provides for minimums. Good governance does above the minimums. So the fact that the Constitution may not have provided, which is arguable for a referendum, and you stick to that, you are acting at the lower end of a value system. I would rather act at the higher end of a value system. The proponents rely on the letter of the law. However, constitutions, Mr. President, are not interpreted solely by their text. They are interpreted through their values, their purpose, and their spirit. Their values, their purpose, and the spirit. I know lawyers will say that's neither here nor there. But legitimacy is derived from issues of values, purpose, and the spirit. What really does in doing what it did, what really did the Constitution intend that this nation does? The spirit. At this juncture, I would like to pause a bit and thank the minister who loudly continued and repeatedly talked about that him and the executive and the bill had ears, and that these ears were so big and were prepared to listen. And in fact, they did. This is why it was possible to remove certain issues which people felt needed arguing against. And I hope, Mr. President, that today the same ears that listened may also be able to listen to the Senate. As we don't engage in a monologue of yes, yes, yes. We are not monochromatic. We are so many colors. We are so diverse, and we cannot all think the same, because if we did that, then Zimbabwe is dead. The spirit of constitutional democracy requires that those who receive power, like we have done, from the people, must periodically return to the people to review their mandate. An election is the moment when citizens evaluate those who govern them, and either renew or withdraw their consent to the extent the tenure of office holders, to extend the tenure of office holders is to postpone that moment of accountability. The issue before us, Mr. President, is therefore not simply whether Parliament can amend the Constitution. It can. The issue is whether Parliament should extend a mandate that the people granted for a specific period without first consulting those same people for an affirmative yes. History teaches us an important lesson, Mr. President. Zimbabwe's constitutional history demonstrates that referendums have been used whenever fundamental constitutional questions affecting the people have arisen. I was old enough in 1969 when we had the PS Commission. Of course, it happened in 1971 or 72, thereabout. So even colonialists, Mr. President, even colonialists had the decency to go back to the sovereign people to ask them whether they wanted that the constitution changed. In year 2000, Mr. President, in year 2000, the Lancaster House Constitution did not require expressly a referendum. But government still sought the direct approval of the people for a new constitutional order. That is an example of going beyond the minimum and climbing the heights to a higher zenith of a higher value system. And this is what we must invite President E.D. Mnangagwa's government to do, to ride higher rather than lowest. And I know it's his desire to do that we ride high. Most importantly, the 2013 Constitution, which we are now being asked to amend, was born through one of the most extensive consultative exercise in our national history. I differ a bit with the minister because the 2013 Constitution, in the 2013 Constitution, we had 4,943 meetings throughout the country, nearly 5,000, compared to 63. More than 1 million Zimbabweans participated in the consultations. This time we are told 540, and it's an amazing number. The final draft, Mr. President, was subjected to a national referendum, and 3.08 million people or Zimbabweans voted in favor of that constitution. Therefore, this constitution was not gifted to the people by politicians. It was authored by the people for themselves. And we desire a repeated approach so that we can always proudly say this is our document done by us for ourselves, not by some elite sitting in an ivory tower. Surely we need these principles, Mr. President. The Constitution, as I said, may not expressly compel that we do a referendum, but it doesn't stop us from doing it. It's not unlawful. I hear the minister saying we don't need to. If we did that, would we have broken the law if we do a referendum? The absence of a legal obligation cannot be converted into the absence of a democratic obligation, Mr. President. Honorable President, let me come to the issue look, I mean, from those arguments that I've made, I'm inclined to think that we need a referendum. We need a referendum. If what we are proposing is beautiful for this nation, let the signature be emboldened by a referendum. Let's go to the issue of election of the president by Parliament. Neither here nor there, it can be good, it can be bad. And And I've got an inclination actually to say this is a positive thing, but with a caveat. What is good for the goose should be good for the gander. If it's good for the president to be elected proportionally, it must be equally good for honorable members of parliament to be elected through proportional rep. Then we have got consistency in our constitution. Without that, it will be very difficult for me to vote for a half-baked cake. The recipe is good, but the cooking is poor. Let's have a fully baked cake. Enjoy it. Imbodze, Mr. President. It creates a democratic distortion. It does. And the argument that presidential elections are the midwives of violence in our electoral systems is sad. It's very sad that we think like that. I participated in an election in year 2000, and there are bones scattered throughout the country arising from killings where there was no president. Let's not apportion blame to the highest office of the land. It's unfair to say the violence that happened in 2000 was a result of President Mugabe, or to say any violence that may happen again in future is a result of President Emerson Mnangagwa. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Let's not do that. Let's all agree that we don't want violence in our electoral systems. It's not elections that are violent. It's people that participate in elections that are violent. Let's go to the appointment of President. Appointment of additional senators. Mr. President, this is one thing that I outrightly disagree with. It's extreme executive overreach into the legislature. The president already exercises extensive powers over the executive. Giving the president the power to appoint additional legislators further blurs the separation of powers and increases executive influence over parliament. It creates a conflict of interest. Appointed senators may feel indebted and may actually not want to exercise their oversight over the executive. Parliament's role is to hold the executive accountable, not to be populated by the executive. In fact, it's something that we had, which we have rejected. Moreover, Mr. President, existing electoral processes can produce skilled senators. In fact, the simplest thing, I would say in the first past the post election, it's more difficult to get married, the skills that you want. But in the case of Senate, proportional rep, MPs, etc., you can actually preload the quality that you want. You can put that in the statutes to say for you to be a senator, you need to have a PhD, or you have to have, you must be a rocket scientist. You can put that in the Constitution.
You have 2 minutes left, Honorable Rizai.
I thank you, Mr. President. So Zimbabwe requires people with specialized knowledge. Political parties and electoral colleges can nominate such individuals through democratic processes. Appointment is not the only way of securing expertise. Mr. President, let's go to the issue of delimitation. You know, getting our I understand the anger. I understand the anger arising from the incompetence of ZEC with respect to delimitation in the past election. They did an appalling job. They did an extremely bad job, but let's not throw the baby with the bathwater. ZEC should be empowered to do this. Mr. President, to give the executive the power to register people, to maintain the voters' roll, to do delimitation is disastrous. Who does that? Who else does that? Where is this being borrowed from? Independent electoral commissions are the fashion. It's fashionable to let the referee be as independent as possible, Mr. President. I understand my time is up. I will add detail on some few clauses like clause 3, clause 8, clause 12, clause 11 at committee stage. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Zhidzai. I recognize the Honorable Senator Chief Masendu.
Nganditange ndi nevoka Minister we-Justice wakalezindebo yakanaka zvingapa mumba inohloniphisa. Imi ndimwe wema members of parliament wakawana luvaka gwakakwana kuve ndiende ku province yeMatabeleland South kuma public hearings. Takatendeleka mu poteleka mu province yeMatabeleland South ma district ose ali 7. Vanhu vakavuya nevunjinji gwavo. Muvunjinji gwavo gwavakavuya vali igo vakava bevumilana kuve nhlayo ihoyo bili iyeyi CAB3 vanoi amuchila nemoyo wavo wose kangompela nemavoko mavili. Ndizo imi ndili mumba iyeyi ndakavuya mumba iyeyi ndahalugwa nevanhu vanhu vavalivo zvavo vandakati ndipoteleka ku province yeMatabeleland South vevavalivo akale vanoti iko vanosapota bhili iyeyi namivo ndonda nevanhu vakandihalula ndosapota bhili iyeyi kuvhila pa clause 1 inoti ku clause 23 ndoti ngainde yakajalo. Ndoboka President.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Chief Masendu. I recognize the Honorable Senator Maluleke. Before you take the floor, the last time, I think it was Chief Chitanga who spoke, I was told, after I lamented the absence of interpretation, I was told that there is no Shangani interpretation today. I'm not too sure it's now available. I'm just letting you know, Honorable Maluleke, that if you do speak in Shangani, your speech won't be captured in Hansard. The floor is yours.
Ndokumbira kuti nita debate munsuko. Ndokumbira wezve kuti ndiko debate mangwana, Mr. President. Kana varipo. Sare gani nditaura hangu kana zvimwe ndengezingevhenganazvo ndatenda hangu Mr. President ekwendinyika chikari ichocho chamandipawo kuti nditaurewo maererano nebhiri iri CAB3 leni siwawakona yazvauya kwandobva iyo kai kangu iyo kwandobva vese kugona renzou chiredzi masvingo oye tese tinomira nayo kubva kuyozi 3 4 9 10 tozvitenderana ndizvona kuti makore avo ngawedzerwe kubva kutano wamalembe 5 kusvika ku7 years akeselana.
Order. Interpretation is now available, so you may speak in your language.
Nikesile ngopfu ikanisa kuona ku ebhili leli ngalinyikwa leli lingabe na minister vahina vekukhoma enawo wokuyikhoma na kahle.
The interpretation is only for Shona, so I think you can doba Shona and
manje neta doba asi mayikhomela because one of the 16 languages vele kale ni avanoda kuzvizwa kuti ndiri kuno kuparliament ndo vandituma hino kana vasingazvizwi izvozvo muchiramba ndichireketa kudai hazvizonaki maningi voti kwai ndinorara muno muparliament. And kuno muparliament ndezvozvoronjera kuri kuti nyika yese inogara vanhu vekai kangu vanozvizwa kana ndakamira panapa. Hino hakuna zvokuita ndongotevedzerawo kuti ndingogura ndichivhenganisa ekusale kale navala kusvitwawo kai valavula. Mr. President mina nikesa ngopfu minister vahina lava vahlelile vanonoka zvikurumani emaviya kare zvino nekuti chiro ichi ndechedu vana vezimbabwe kai hamwaini munhu atauya atahevekela zviro lesvi ndezvedu ikaizvi hino kana tichiita zvinhu zvedu tozvivona kuti sokuti hazvina takatija maningi peyani eya tinawo magweta awayo saka vakaita chiro ichi tofana kuchibata nemaoko maviri ene ndinoti dakara maningi nyaya yekuwedzera kuti kubva kutlhanu wamalembe 5 years kusvika ku7 years uye president kuti vaitewo basa ravo nesuwo makanzela achiitawo basa ravo nawo ma-MP achiita basa ravo nokuti munazviziva madzimambo emumu vainyimba makanzela ainyimba vamwani kuti autondivhetera usatora chikafu chabva kuda baba eya tobva ipapo iye MP yawaizoti autokundivhotera ndandopa unotopiwa ndevaya vakavhotera hineko zvine basa rinohamba zvakanaka loko kuhela tlhanu wamalembe nemambiri zvibheteri mina ipapo ndinotenderana nazvo maningi vandituma kai vese gonoro nzou yamusati kune nzou kune vantu takavoenda navo vanhu vakavavona tiriye eya tisi shield yose nokuti tinotendera kuti baba vedu vamunangagwa vakatiponesa vanotipa zviro zvakanaka zvinodini saka tinovasapota bhiri ireri minister musashupika maningi takawanda maningi isusu uku uye number 1 kuvhota keseku imasvingwe peyani eya tinovhota kemene qobo nekuti tinozvida zviro zvedu kuti tivake mbichana tiite zvose hatizowa kutanga vekubhotsana nekusouth africa vanosaridza president aona ma-MP nemasenata uye kulibya vakatanga kare hakuzisi takatanga munoku zviro izvo zvakatanga kare nedzimwe nyika muzvitwilekei ndau ndotenda maningi ndomasiyira vamweni nekuti mandigurisira handitokutaura nechikai kangu ndau ikesile.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Maluleke. It's an administrative issue which has arisen and which has made it very unfortunate for you to debate in your mother language. I'm sure Parliament is going to rectify that. Nevertheless, your message has been understood. The Honorable Senator Chapudza.
Ndoda kutenda mubato wechigaro nguva yamandipawo kuti ndipewo muono wangu maererano nebhiu ratinaro rinonzi CAB3. Bhiu rina makilozi 25. Ndaona mazhinji ari kubatwa. Inini ndangosarudza kungobata matatu chete kuti nditaurewo muono wangu maringe namakilozi matatu aya anova kilozi 4, 9 and 10. Muchirungu rakanyogwa richinzi to eliminate election mode toxicity. Muchishona chandiri kushandisa pakudhibheta zvichireva kuti makilozi awo ari kuti pane kusafambiswa zvakanaka mukufamba kwesarudzo kunokonzera utsvina hwoita kuti kana makore akavandudzwa kuti abve pa5 ainde pa7 zvinogona kubatsira. Ndo zviri kutaura bhiu. Indotenda kuti muono wakadai wokuona kuti mune utsvina mumaelection medu muono wakanaka, nokuti kana tichiuya kuti tizogadzira mutemo chatinotarisira tinotaura inonzi good governance, kuti mafambiro anoita zvino aite negwara rakanaka uye tichichengetedza upenyu, nokuti mugadziriro yokugadzira maelection nomukutambwa kwamaelection nokuzogamuchira zvabuda mukati mamaelection muri kunzi hamusi kufamba zvakanaka. Ibhiu riri kuzvitaura. Saka ndiri kuti deno pakagadzigwa zvaibvira kuna minista pakagadzigwa kilozi iyi vakanyanya kuongorora vakawedzera mumwe muono unoti wandei kune vakaita zvidzidzo zvinoenda nezvekuita nerunyararo. Pane chino mapeace studies, pane inonzi iyo negative peace, kureva kuti tinogona hedu kurebesa mutambo wacho kuti aiwa mutambo ngautambwe after makore akati, asi makore aya azopera zvinogona zvekuzokatlamadza kuti tapedza tava pa 7 years tabvumirana tatenderana tagamuchira. Tobonazve dambudziko rokurasikirwa kwemidziyo, kurasikirwa kweupenyu, kufa kwavanhu, kugugwa kwavanhu kwamaboko. Saka ndachiti in as much as tichida kuti tandabudze nguva yedu yokuti tiite mutambo uyu, iwo mutambo wacho ngauongorogwe kuti matambiro awo atinozomuita kunyange chero tikasvika kumakore 10 kana tondomutamba tiri pamakore iwawo kaangava 10 ngauonekwe kuti tiri kutamba zvakanaka here, nokuti chakakosha upenyu hwakakosha. Upenyu hwarashika maybe pa 5 years hwakakosha, upenyu hunondorashikira pa 7 years hwakakosha, nechero hukandorashikira pa 10 hwakakosha. Saka muono wangu wekuti minister ngavatarira tingati electoral reforms kuti panotambwa mutambo yesarudzo ngatimitambe zvakanaka, nokuti upenyu hwakatikoshera tose. Saka bhiu zvarabuya iri ndachideno paitwa an additional kuti taona kuti kana tikaita 7 years kudevelopment kunoita kuti zvinhu zvifambe, asi pane issue yokupreserva kana kuti yokuchengetedza upenyu hwevanotamba mutambo uyu kana nevamwe vasiri kutamba mutambo uyu. Saka ndiri kuti maelectoral reforms ngaachiuya abatirane kuti panzi 7 years ipapo pakanaka, but munguva yatiri kuinda kusarudzo ngamiisiwe kana kuti mitemo kana kugadziriswa matambiko emutambo waita kuti tsvina ivemo, nokuti kune dzimwe nyika dziri kuita ma7 years vari kutamba mutambo uyu zvakanaka pasina mhirishonga, koitawo kune dzimwe nyika dziri kuita ma5 years vari kutamba mutambo uyu zvakanaka zvisina utsvina mukati. Saka tiri kuti wherever patachuza kana tasarudza kuti mutemo ndiwedu tinoda kuita amendment, tinoda kuinda ku7, asi ngatigadzirei mafambiro atinoita kuti patozondosvika pa7 pacho tinenge kuzvidemba kuti takasvika ku7 but mutambo uri kungoramba une tsvina, zvawakanga uri ku5 years nezvawavawo pa7 years unongova netsvina mukati. Saka ngatiti patiri kufamba mukuwedzekwa kwemakore awo ngativei nomundangariro wokuti tichengetedze upenyu, tichengetedze property, tigone kumutamba zvakanaka uye tisava nenhafu kusvika pakuti munhu ngaafe nokuda kuti titambe mutambo uyu. Saka ndiwo mashoko angu anoda kuisa padare kuti makilozi akawanda, asi ndangoti ngatitarisei pakuchengetedzwa kweupenyu. Upenyu hunorasika after 5 years hwakakosha, hunorasika after 7 years hwakakosha. Saka matambiro atingada kuita tiri mukati memutambo uyu ngativei nemwoyo wokuziva kuti mutambo unongopfuura pachigaro unosvika wogara uchabva, asi ngatichengetedzei upenyu. Ndatenda.
Mazvita, Honorable Chapudza, I recognize the Honorable Senator Chief Sianzali.
Thank you, Mr. President, for affording me this opportunity to also add my voice on this bill under debate. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister, the Minister of Justice, for bringing this bill to this House. Mr. President, you will agree with me that most of the bill issues have been dealt with. And as such, I wouldn't want to waste the precious time of this august House to keep repeating what I had prepared, because it had been said by most members. But Mr. President, allow me to applaud the minister, because the minister has proved to be a listening one. Testimony is, I will just pick two issues which were highly debated in the lower house, and the minister considered to dropping them out. First is the issue relating to the participation of traditional leaders in open politics. I'm not attempting to go into contempt from your advice, but I'm trying to emphasize, Honorable President, the good gesture the minister showed for seeing wisdom in not subjecting the traditional leaders into the dusty playfield, which would have stripped off our dignity and the sacred this institution is. We are a sacred institution which is highly spiritual and should not be drawn into a playground that might leave a lot to be desired. Thank you for that, Honorable Minister, for the gesture of dropping that out. I'm scrambling because I had prepared a whole list of issues that have been spoken about, and I need to drop some. Compelling the chiefs into getting into the field against their subjects is so belittling. Seeing reason in that and repealing it is the best thing you have done to this bill and to the country. Having said this, Mr. President, may I also hasten to say that the above said should not stop the President in his wisdom to appoint any chief in any they see capacity to serve and take this country forward. I said the President. It is only the system that was queried, but the chiefs are available to serve, and they are ready with all the capacity required. The second item, Mr. President, is the issue to do with the Gender Commission. I have to say this because I'm a gender champion. I was grappling with the previous wording, which was prompting to bring the Gender Commission to become a department under another house. It was going to kill the achievements that we have achieved as a country. We have done so much well as a country because of the Gender Commission's efforts, which were well centered on dealing with gender issues solely. And that has made us as Zimbabwe to go a notch above other countries, especially in Africa, on gender issues and gender equality. Thank you once more, Honorable Minister, for listening and taking heed to that. Closely attached to this, Mr. President, is the issue that maybe no one could have seen it, the issue of chairpersons from the province. But before I say that, applaud again the gesture of taking on board the National Council of Chiefs into the national elective cycle together with other offices that are elected in the country. But the omission only was on the office of the chairperson of the Provincial Assembly of Chiefs. The Provincial Assembly of Chiefs is also an elective office, which was nowhere mentioned. And I think this is too much consequential and does not bring any much dent to the already prepared bill. Having applauded the minister, and as we all noted how listening he is, I don't see it becoming so difficult for him to just place a single statement to align the election of the chairperson of Provincial Assembly of Chiefs to all other elected offices, so to enhance corporate governance and uniformity. Lastly, Mr. President, I am in total support of the percentage slot for women and youths in local authorities. This initiative will go a long way into grooming the youth to be good and wise players of affairs that govern them. It will amplify their voice to be heard and taken care of, starting from the lower tier of governance, right up to the national, as we have youth represented in Parliament. However, Mr. President, the spirit only fell short of giving an all-encompassing approach on the spirit of leaving no place and no one behind. One would have thought that in the same spirit that this nation found it prudent and reasonable to have these special societal clusters represented, that is the chiefs, women and youth. From here in the August House, we have got chiefs, we've got the women quota, and we've got the youth quota. The same applied at the provincial councils. They did see in the light of the day, all those clusters were represented. And now, Mr. President, the glaring exclusion of chiefs in the local authorities leaves a lot to be desired. All the way from the national, that is in Parliament, these social classes have been moving together. Why then now leaving the other, which is the traditional leaders? Local authorities have got a direct bearing on the lives and operations of chiefs in their respective areas. As such, we cannot have the discretion of them sitting in the local authorities to be decided by individual councils without a uniform approach. Just like it has been flowing with youth and women. Currently, in those councils that allow these to attend, where we have traditional leaders attending meetings, they only come as ex-officials, which is as good as not being there, because they don't even have voting powers. They are not decision makers. It sounds so dangerous, Mr. President, for a world traditional leader to listen to issues where he cannot make a binding decision. I therefore highlight this to the House and to the Honorable Minister to see it worth and very compelling to slot a percentage reserved for the chiefs so they can equally participate from an equal footing. Decisions cannot be made for them while they remain as bystanders. We have a running mantra, Mr. President, of leaving no one and no place behind. I know that this was not a deliberate move by the proponents of the bill, but maybe somebody should have reminded them. And I know it is not difficult for them to take it on board. Mr. President, in general, I support and I stand with the bill because of its fruits that are ahead for the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Chief Siansali. I recognize the Honorable Senator Mbowa.
I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for granting me this opportunity to contribute to this important debate on this bill. Today we are considering a bill that is both historic and consequential. It is a bill that seeks to strengthen constitutional governance, reinforce our democratic institutions, and modernize the way we conduct our democracy above all. It reflects a commitment to reform that aligns Zimbabwe with contemporary constitutional practices across Africa that have proven effective, resilient, and respected. Mr. President, I'm not debating, but allow me that before I turn to the substantive clauses of this bill, allow me in my capacity as chairperson of the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus to place on record our sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for his statesmanship in conceding to delete the proposed amendments that sought to merge the Zimbabwe Gender Commission with the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission. We are therefore deeply grateful that the Honorable Minister listened to the concerns of this House and all vulnerable groups across Zimbabwe and acted to preserve this important institution. This is a clear demonstration that this government takes women's voices, and we commend it. Having placed that on record, I rise to support all the clauses of this bill. Firstly, I support Clause 2, which transfers responsibility for voter registration, the compilation of the voters' roll and its maintenance from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission to the Registrar General. This is a practical and sensible. Registrar General already serves as the custodian of national records of births and deaths. It has the expertise, institutional capacity, and the technological system needed to maintain accurate, up-to-date records. In practice, even under the current arrangement, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission relies heavily on information from the Registrar General's office. This amendment therefore promotes efficiency, accuracy, and administrative coherence. In the same spirit, I support Clause 11, 12, and 13, which establish the Zimbabwe Electoral Delimitation Commission. For many years, concerns have been raised about the concentration of responsibilities within the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. Establishing a dedicated board to delimit electoral boundaries strengthens institutional integrity, improves transparency, and advances the principles of good governance. Strong institutions are built when responsibilities are clear, focused, and accountable. Mr. President, I also fully support Clause 3, which sets out a parliamentary method for electing the president. The reform also elevates Parliament's role as a democratic institution. It brings Zimbabwe closer to practices adopted in a number of Commonwealth jurisdictions, where legislatures play a central role in selecting national leaders. Importantly, this approach offers a practical solution when a president becomes incapacitated or is unable to complete a term of office. Rather than holding an expensive nationwide election, Parliament would be empowered to elect a president to complete the remainder of the term. The benefits are clear. It reduces the financial burden associated with the national elections. It allows resources to be redirected towards developmental priorities. It minimizes electoral disputes, promotes political stability, and improves administrative efficiency. And let us remember this. Members of Parliament are directly elected by the people, Mr. President. They carry the mandate of their constituencies and are entrusted with representing the will of the citizens who send them to this House. This reform recognizes that democratic legitimacy. I support Clause 5, which removes the designation first in courts from the Vice President's title. But, Mr. President, words matter, titles matter. The current designation implies a hierarchy where partnership and collective responsibility should prevail. By removing this distinction, we promote equality, strengthen institutional cohesion, and eliminate perceptions of unnecessary ranking within the office of the Vice President. Mr. President, I also support Clause 4, 9, and 10, which extend the electoral cycle from 5 to 7 years. One of the greatest challenges facing many developmental democracies is the recurring cycle of political contestation. Elections are essential to democracy, but when they occur too frequently, they can lead to prolonged periods of political tension, uncertainty, and economic disruption. A 7-year term provides greater continuity in governance. It gives an administration sufficient time to plan, implement, and complete major national programs and objectives of NDS2. It promotes stability, encourages investor confidence, and creates a more predictable environment for economic growth. Development requires consistency. Progress requires time. These clauses recognize that reality. I support Clause 7, which enhances the qualification required for appointment of Attorney General. Mr. President, the Attorney General holds one of the most important legal offices in the country. The office advises the executive, oversees the drafting of legislation, and represents the state domestically and internationally. Given these significant responsibilities, it is only appropriate that the qualification standards be strengthened. Doing so will enhance professionalism, improve institutional performance, and strengthen public confidence in the office. Finally, I also support Clause 8, which empowers the President to appoint 10 additional senators bringing the total number of senators to 90. The challenges facing modern governments, Mr. President, are becoming increasingly complex. Today, Parliament is called upon to address issues such as the climate change, artificial intelligence, disability inclusion, gender equality, large-scale infrastructure projects, public finance management, and emerging economic challenges. These are highly specialized areas that often require technical expertise. This amendment creates an opportunity to bring distinguished professionals, experts, and practitioners into the legislative process. It broadens Parliament's knowledge base, strengthens oversight, expands the pool of potential ministers, and enhances public confidence in our institutions. Good governance is strengthened when expertise is brought to the table. For these reasons, Mr. President, I support this bill. Midlands, where I come from, support this bill in its entirety and urge this House to do the same. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Moore. Can I have Honorable Senator Kabono?
Thank you, Mr. President, for affording me this golden chance to add my voice, my voice on supporting this crucial constitutional amendment bill number 3. Golden chance in the sense that it's history in the making. I want to dwell mainly on clause 2. I rise to support the clause in Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3, which transfers the responsibility of registering voters, compiling the voters' roll, and maintaining of voters and registrations to the Registrar General from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, ZEC. This form is grounded in administrative logic and institutional clarity. The Registrar General is already the legal custodian of foundational civil registration records, such as births, deaths, and national IDs. It is therefore both practical and efficient that the same office be entrusted with the linked responsibility of maintaining the voters' roll, ensuring that the data used for elections is drawn from a single, coherent, continuous updated national registry. Mr. President, this consolidation of functions will significantly enhance efficiency, accuracy, and accountability in the electoral process. At present, fragmentation of voter registration responsibilities can lead to duplication, inconsistencies, and disputes over data integrity. But centralizing the voters' roll under the Registrar General, Zimbabwe strengthens the chain of custody over critical electoral information. It reduces administrative bottlenecks and improves real-time updating of voter eligibility. This is not merely a technical adjustment. It is a necessary institutional strengthening that reduces opportunities of error and enhances public confidence in the integrity of the electoral system. Mr. President, this clause is about safeguarding the credibility of our democracy and promoting free, fair, and undisputed elections. When citizens trust the voters' roll, I'll take this again. When citizens trust that the voters' roll is accurate, transparent, and professionally maintained, they are more likely to accept electoral and participate fully in democratic processes. That confidence on its own is a bedrock of political stability, which in turn is essential for sustainable economic development. A credible electoral system attracts investments, strengthens government, and fosters national unity. For these reasons, I fully support the amendment as a forward-looking reform in the best interest of Zimbabwe's democratic economic future. Thank you. On delimitation, Mr. President, I strongly support clauses 11, 12, 13 of the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3, which establishes an independent delimitation commission, thereby transferring the delimitation mandate away from the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. This reform is merely administrative. It is a foundational step in strengthening the architecture of our democracy. Delimitation is by its nature, determines the fairness of representation, and it is therefore essential that it is handled by a body that is structurally insulated from any perception of electoral interests. The creation of a dedicated delimitation commission in Zimbabwe brings Zimbabwe in line with international best practices, where boundary delimitation is undertaken by independent, ad hoc, and technical specialized bodies. Across many democratic jurisdictions, separation of electoral administration from boundary drawing has been key in enhancing public trust and minimizing disputes. By removing this function from ZEC, we eliminate any perceived conflict of interest and reinforce the neutrality of the process, ensuring that electoral boundaries are drawn solemnly on objective demographic and geographic criteria rather than administrative convenience. Mr. President and honorable senators, this amendment strengthens democracy by enhancing transparency, fairness, credibility in our electoral system. An independent delimitation commission ensures that every vote carries equal weight and that constituencies are drawn without bias or suspicion. In doing so, we not only safeguard the integrity of our future elections, but also bolster public confidence in democratic process itself. This is a progressive reform that affirms our commitment to electoral justice, constitutionalism, and the enduring principle that sovereignty belongs to the people, exercised through free and fair representation. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kabondo. Can I recognize Senator Chief Shirea?
Maita, Mr. President, nokundipa mukana iwoyu kuti nditaure maringe nebhiri iri. Idzi pfungwa hadzingori pfungwa dzevapenyu chete, asi kunyange nemhondoro dzenyika ino dziri kufara, dziri kutenda. Nekuti chimbi yekudevelopa nyika ino yaonekwa kubva pa Second Republic ino. Saka wakanga uri munamato wevapenyu kuti dai waro zvadai sezvazvaita. Saka tinoda kutenda nevakatituma vari kutenda zvikuru kuti imiwe ngazviende mberi, ngazvirege kuramba zvakadaro. Gokwe iri kusapota, Midlands iri kusapota. Ndinotenda zvikuru.
Notenda Senator Shirea. I recognize Senator Moadi.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity as I rise in support of the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3 of 2026, particularly clauses 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10. Mr. President, I come from Matebeleland South. I've been sent by the people of Matebeleland South. They are saying that we're in support of this bill, 100%. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Justice for bringing CAB3 motion to this august house. Mr. President, the late African revolutionary leader Thomas Sankara once said, open quote, "We must dare to invent the future," close quote. Those words remind us that nations do not achieve greatness by becoming prisoners of the past. They progress when they have the courage to shape institutions that respond to present realities and future aspirations. The question before this House is therefore not simply whether we are amending the Constitution. Constitutions across the world evolve with changing circumstances. Mr. President, I will not cover all what I had. I will just omit, maybe the Hansard will capture some of the issues that were meant to be read from this bill. Mr. President, clause number 3 must be understood within the framework of representative democracy and democratic delegation. In every constitutional democracy, citizens delegate authority to elected representatives to make decisions on their behalf. Members of Parliament are entrusted with making laws, approving national budgets, authorizing public expenditure, ratifying international agreements, and exercising oversight over the executive. Parliament also possesses the constitutional authority to remove a president from office through impeachment. If Parliament can be entrusted with the responsibility of making laws for millions of Zimbabweans and even removing a sitting president, it cannot logically be argued that the Parliament is incapable of electing a president. Such argument would undermine the very foundation upon representative democracy rests. Mr. President, mature democracies are not measured solely by how power is acquitted. They are measured by how effectively institutions are structured to ensure accountability and serve the public interest. This amendment reflects confidence in Parliament as the embodiment of the people's will and as the institution best placed to exercise democratic judgment on behalf of the nation. Mr. President, one of the greatest challenges confronting many developing nations is the tendency to spend too much time managing politics and too little time implementing development. Nations do not become prosperous merely because they hold elections frequently. They become prosperous because they build strong institutions capable of pursuing long-term national objectives with consistency, discipline, and purpose. The history of successful developmental states teaches us that economic transformation requires institutional stability, policy continuity, and long-term planning horizons. Infrastructure development, industrialization, agriculture, modernization, energy security, technological innovation, and human capital development cannot be achieved perpetually electioneering. Mr. President, we have seen all the developments that are in line. And if we look at Zimbabwe's, the road from Baiti Bridge to Chirundu, the Mcheke and Mukubisi bridges are a visible reminder that development requires continuity. A developmental state succeeds when it is able to think beyond next election and focus on the next generation. Mr. President, as I said, I will go now to allow me to commend the Honorable Minister of listening to the voice of the people, especially women, by not merging the Zimbabwe Gender Commission with the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission. Zimbabwe Gender Commission performs a specialized constitutional mandate that extends beyond the general protection of human rights. It monitors gender mainstreaming across government ministries, departments, and agencies. It evaluates whether public policies, programs, and budgets adequately address gender disparities. It promotes gender equality and ensures that women and girls remain central in national development. These functions require dedicated institution, which is specialized expertise, institutional independence, and a clear constitutional mandate. Mr. President, this debate is about the kind of the state we wish to build and the constitutional framework that will carry Zimbabwe into the future. Mr. President, Clause 3 strengthens Parliament and reinforces representative democracy. Clauses 4, 9, and 10 provide the policy continuity necessary for long-term national transformation, developmental governance, and the realization of Vision 2030. Mr. President, on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Matebeleland South, I support this bill. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Senator Moadi. I recognize Honorable Senator Gatumba.
Mazvita, Honorable President, nekundipa mukana wokuti ndingotaurawo zvishoma shoma takatarisana nebill ratiri kutaura mukati meimba ino. Pane mutauri ambotaura akati nyaya dzeconstitution tinodzigadzira tichizoonazve kuti apa hapana kumira zvakanaka, tichingoramba tichigadzira kusvika nyika yedu yamira zvakanaka. President, ndinoda kutaura ndakanangana clause 2 inotaura nezve registration yataimboona ichiitwa kwa registrar ikazobviswa ikamboenda kuzeki inova yakudzokera zvakare kunoitwa kwa registrar. Zvandinovimba kuti zvatakambenge taona patakaibvisa zvakagadzirisika, hatichasangana zvakare nematambudziko iwayo. President, tichitarisa kuti ndo kunobarwa vana, ndo kune marekodzi ekufa kwevanhu. Yambodhibhetwa zvayo nevamwe, but ini ndagarawo ndinayo mupfungwa kuti kana kwa registrar vakuita marekodzi aya, President, ndaitarisira kuti munhu achinge afa ngaabva angobviswa muvoters roll. Munhu achinge akwanisa makore ekuvhota ngaabva angowanika arimo muvoters roll. President, ndiri kutarisa kuti tine maprovinces, tine madistricts. Ofisi yaregistrar ngaibva yapararira mumadistrict nemumaprovinces, vanhu varege kuzoita dambudziko rekuti anenge akuda kuzofamba mutunhu wakakura kuti aone kuti ndakarejistwa here. President, ndotarisira kuti nyaya yevoters roll inogara ichinetsa ngaibva yangogadzirika kuti kana ichiiswa pa soft copy yekuti munhu wese ane mukana wokuiona, asina mafoni echizvino zvino mumwe akaionawo anokwanisa kupa asina. Toziva kuti dambudziko iroro, President, ragadziriswa. Saka ndiri kuti President, nemashoko iwaya ndichitarisa kuna Minister of Justice, ndakatarisa pakuvhoterwa kwa President mu Parliament on a lighter note. Ndaitarisira kuti dai makamazviita ka 2008 Minister dai makazviita 2008 ndofunga tikadai tiri kupembera tagadzirisa nyika mazvita.
Senator Katumba. I recognize Senator Chief Dandawa.
Mazvita President, ndinotendawo nenguva yamandipa kuti nditaurewo mashoma. Regai nditange nekutaura kuti amendment bill number 3 tiri kuitsigira zvakanyanyisa ende zvibvira maererano nezvatakaona pataitenderera pakaitwa public consultation. Vana veZimbabwe vakaungana vese ende vakataura nezvirimwe chete kuitwa kunge vanga vakurukurirana here. Saka naizvozvo amendment bill number 3 tiri kuitsigira. Kozoita regaiwo nditendewo President. Nokuda kuti President vanogona. He is a listening President. Ende vanoshandira vanhu, vanotungamirira vanhu zvakanaka. Izvi ndazvitaura nodawo kuti kana patakatenderera tichiona panguva idzo dzepublic consultation vamwe vakauya pandiri vandandina vakati mambo vanhu mawandiro avakaita hatichatomira kuseri kwenyu mambo, dzimwe nguva tinogona kuvhiringidziwa, asi nekuda kwemashandiro anoita president hapana kana chakaitika. Vana veZimbabwe vakatsigira amendment bill number 3 zvine mutsindo. Saka pandati nditende president noda kuti mashandiro avo akarerutsa kuti program iyoyi vanhu pavakatenderera yakafamba zvakanaka. Kozoita maseneta, nguva yacho yanga yakanyanyisa kuita pfupi 5 years, zvokuti ndinotenda kuti zvapava neextension kuti panzoo pane at least 7 years, zvinovapa mukana wekuti vachingopinda vanombotanga kujairira musambo nemasystems emashandiro avanoita, vapakati pakati votanga kuita development, zvokuti kuzopera kwe7 years aiwa zvimwe zvinhu zvinenge zvanyanyisa kuita kufamba zvakanaka. Uye ndotsigirawo futi paprogram yapresident mantra yavo yekuti leaving no one and no place behind. Mukatarisa tine trabablas new parliament iyo ino Chibage pandakafona zvondo rapera nchibvunza kuti kokamira sei ndakuda kuwisawo magonyeti angu echibage. Vekujembe vakataura aiwa uendo uno Chibage chiri kubhadhara zvisati zvamboitwa. Mambo wisai Chibage chenyu. Ndinotenda president noda kwe zvavari kuchitira zvakanaka. Mukatarisa kana paindependence kwedu kuMash West takaitambira kuSiyakovhu kumucheto cheto kweMash West province. National independence ikatambirwa kuMapisa. Kurati president vanozadzisa zvavanotaura. Mukatarisa kunzvimbo dzakatambirwa independence inzvimbo dziri kunze kwekuti havasi vese vanowana mukana wekuti vaone maTV kana kuuya kuNational Sports Stadium kana kuenda kumaprovinces. Saka president tinovatenda noda kuti vane moyo, vane vanhu pakati pemoyo wavo. Tozoya paclose iri kutaura yemadzimambo yekusatiisa mupolitics. Mukatarisa umambo nechiremera chawo, kana bhaibheri rinotaura nezveumambo vaRoma 13:1 musoro monge vanhu vese vakumbira kuti aiwa Mwari muri kumusorosoro kudenga hatigoni kusvika kwamuri, taikumbira kuti dai mamatipa umambo vatinogara navo tichidya navo tichienda tichichema nhamo dzedu tichibatsirwa kukave nezita rekuti mambo. Saka iko zvino amendment bill number 3 yatsigira yachengetedza chiremera cheumambo kureva kuti matiitira zvakanaka. Ibhiu rakanaka rinotsigira umambo. Pane umambo ndo pane zvese nekuda kwokuti zviri mubhaibheri ende zviri nechekuita futi nemadzitateguru edu vanhu vava tinoteedzera patsika nemagariro atee tichiita. Kozoita panyaya yekuti president vaextend kusvikawo pa7 years. Mukatarisa kana maelections mamwe anga agara achiitika kwaiitika mitauro yakawanda, machallenges ekurovana kwevanhu nekupopotedzana, uye kana mari nepfuma yaipera nokudawo kuti zvaitora nguva yekuti zviitike kuti tizodzamara taana president. Asi kana taitawo nguva yakareba kudai tinombochovheka. Ende pane zvandataura izvo zvataitirwa napresident kureva kuti pa2 years dzawedzerwa idzodzi aiwa vachatisiya Zimbabwe yanaka. Ndopedzeserawo ndichitaura kwamuri minister, vamwe vaimbotaura nezvereferendamu vachiti hatofanira kuenda kureferendamu tofanira kudii. Asi minister ziyambi mabva mataura kubvunza mubvunzo nekupindura zvokuti kana pane vese vanga vachitaura nezvereferendamu havasina mubvunzo yavachataura because mahwerengedza zvose. Ndinokutendaiwo minister ipapo. Ndopedzesera zvangu nekutenda vana veZimbabwe patakatenderera ipapo sezvandataura ndakutonga ndinodzokeredza, asi vakasapota kureva kuti pavari ndo pana president ndo pane utungamiriri hwese. Saka ndinovatenda nodawo kuti nguva dzakatenderera vanhu vanga vari paconsultation vana veZimbabwe vakataura vamwe chete ende vakauya neuzhinji hwavo. Misangano yacho yatakapinda yanga ine vanhu vanga vakawandisa kureva kuti vana veZimbabwe vanoteerera kana vadaidziwa. Amendment bill number 3 to support. Ndatenda.
Ndatenda Mambo Senator Dandawa. I recognize Senator Sim Tsonga. Honorable Senator Sim Tsonga. He is not here. Okay, can I go to the next one? The next one is Honorable Senator Mfumira. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I rise to support Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. Let me begin with simple truths. A constitution is the supreme law of the land, but it is not a frozen document. It is a living instrument across the world and throughout our own history. Constitutions are amended so that institutions can keep pace with the realities and aspirations of the people they serve. Zimbabwe knows this journey very well. The Lancaster House Constitution carried us into independence, but it was a transitional settlement. We have refined it many times since culminating in the Constitution we adopted by referendum in 2013. This bill is not a break from that tradition. It is a continuation of it. Mr. President, much of the debate outside the House is focused on how we elect a president. So let me put one myth to rest. Direct election is a fine democratic model, but it is not the only one. In South Africa, Parliament elects the president. In India, an electoral college of legislators does so. Germany and Italy follow similar paths. Even the UK, the winning party's leader becomes the prime minister. These are mature democracies. The lesson is plain. There is no single template for democracy. Each nation chooses what fits its circumstances. Mr. President, the heart of this matter is not procedure, it is purpose. Vision 2030, the goal of an upper middle income, did not begin with any one leader or any one party. It runs through a chain of national plans, stretching back more than a decade, from STEP to ZIMASET to Transitional Stabilization Program to NDS 1 and now NDS 2. 5 stages, one journey: recovery, then rebuilding, then reform, industrialization, and now consolidation. The question before us is straightforward. Do we protect the momentum of a national project we have spent 15 years building? We do not ask that question in easy times. COVID-19 stole years of the implementation, delaying projects, disrupting schooling, draining resources into emergency health response. Climate change has stolen more, forcing us to pour investment into irrigation, water security, climate smart agriculture, simply to stand still. These are long programs. They reward consistency and they punish disruption. Consider what is at stake. We have given our young people a youth quota, and for the first time, a real seat in this parliament. That first generation is only now learning to lead. We've built roads, dams, energy, ICT infrastructure, and reformed our schools. Every one of those investments needs steady hands and institutional memory to deliver its full return. Institutions that restart every few years never finish what they begin. There is also a plain economic case. Elections are essential to democracy, but they are not free, demanding registration, administration, ballots, security, civic education. The honest question is, how do we balance the cost against clinics, classrooms, food security, and climate resilience? And beyond costs, stability itself is an asset. Investors and partners commit for the long term only when the future is predictable. Mr. President, look at those who transformed themselves in a single generation. China, India, Rwanda, Singapore, Botswana, they differ in every way but one. Each held to a consistent national purpose long enough to see it through. The transformation rewards endurance. Notwithstanding that I am senator to the move of the bill, the Minister of Justice, the people of Mashonaland West who sent me here to represent them, the people of Mashonaland West overwhelmingly and peaceably supported the CAB3 100% in its entirety. I humbly ask the members in this House to judge this bill not as a slogan, but as a question of national strategy. Can continuity help us consolidate the gains we've made, recover the ground we lost to pandemic, give our young leaders time to grow, and carry Vision 2030 across the finish line? I believe it can. And on that basis, Mr. President, I commend Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3 to this House. I thank you.
Honorable Senator Mfumira, I recognize Senator, Honorable Senator Chakabuga.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, I would like to thank the Minister of Justice, Honorable Zimbabwe, for bringing this bill to this House. And I would also like to thank Honorable the Chairman who brought also the bill to this House, Honorable Mavinyengwa. Thank you very much. It was well explained, and it was also well explained by Honorable Ziambi that we have no questions anymore to ask, because all the questions that we wanted to ask or debate have already been debated. Mr. President, I would also like to thank you for granting me this opportunity to add my voice on this very important debate, which is going to change the political landscape in our beloved motherland. Mr. President, our Constitution is a sacred document. It must be treated as such. A Constitution is a document that we cannot amend when it becomes inconvenient to us all. Having said this, Mr. President, allow me to speak a few issues on this amendment bill. I won't dwell much on the issue of the traditional leaders and the chiefs. That has been said too much about it, but in Shona we say Zokoro ine Simba. Allow me to Zokorora. Mr. President, it is my firm belief that it is also the belief of the people from where I come from, that traditional leaders must remain apolitical. It is a receipt for societal instability if we allow the custodians of our culture, land and unity to be political party activists of political leaders. Traditional leaders must be non-partisan and must not be allowed to further the interests of any political party or cause. Mr. President, let's think of the impact on the ground in the communities where we come from, and let's ask ourselves these critical questions. Will a citizen approach a chief who accompanied for his political opponent to resolve a dispute? Will a headman who is partisan be trusted to distribute drought relief fairly? Mr. President, I submit that we are not empowering culture by allowing our traditional leaders to be partisan. We are actually destroying our moral fabric of traditional fair practices. This has already been said by others, but I thought I would also repeat it. Mr. President, the Zimbabwe Gender Commission was created to promote gender equality, investigate GBV, and monitor compliance on gender balance in various sectors of our communities. Removing the Zimbabwe Gender Commission is like abolishing the fire brigade because there's no water. It is trading women's constitutional protection for political convenience. Mr. President, we need an independent body to hold the executive accountable under the SADC gender protocol. And if the Zimbabwe Gender Commission is abolished, there will be a serious gap in that oversight. If the Zimbabwe Gender Commission is deemed to be weak and ineffective, but to capacitate it so that it delivers. Mr. President, the issue of the voters' roll has always been a contested area. It is my submission, Mr. President, that the voters' roll and all processes surrounding its creation and management must be under an independent institution. This enhances the independence and creates confidence with the voting public. Mr. President, if the voters' roll is created and managed by a government department, there is a serious risk of manipulation because the government is run by political appointees, and there may be serious temptation to manipulate it so as to favor the incumbent in any election. That's my thinking, Mr. President. Mr. President, we should strive to empower and capacitate our independent commissions so that they deliver rather than to make some of their duties and allocating them to government departments. This comprises neutrality, delivery, and accountability, which may be the reasons why the independent commissions were created. The issue of senators. I'm very happy that they're going to be elected. This also increases work to be done. Vanhu vakawanda basa rinofamba zvakanaka. Tinoda kutenda nesupport yokuti ngavaelektwe vave mukati medu tiite basa zvakanaka. With these few words and these submissions, I would like to thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. And I support.
Wise honorable members, not to spend too much time on items that have been discarded by the National Assembly. Thank you. May I recognize Senator Chief Ngumbale.
Mr. President, ngithanda ukubonga ithuba onike lona ukuthi ngiphosa amabili amathathu. Abadala bathi ungezwa ingungu sikhala kakhulu siyadabuka. Sebikhulumi sezikhulumile. Engingakutsho ngingezelela ukuthi ubuthungameli bomdabu, Mr. President, enkabazwe bangithumile ukuthi ngizotshela indlu lelizwe lomhlaba jikelele ukuthi bona ibhili le bayayisekela. I-message yokuqala emfuna ukuthi ngiyethule lawa kasimazwami ngamazwi njoba ngiyisigijimi sabo wami umsebenzi kwethula senkwenzile. Mr. President, ngiyalibonga leli thuba. Ngiza khangela uclose 11, Mr. President. Siyabonga kakhulu uMinister sethe ku section 159 wesisekelo sombuso kuzaba le delimitation commission wacho ebeka ukuthi amalunga ali commission azaba ngobani. Siyabonga Minister ukuthi kuthe kuzaba le nduna ezaba lilunga lali commission. Okusihluphayo Mr. President ukuthi kuthwele induna kumele ibe lolwazi ngendaba ze delimitation. Mbona ngani okufanele kungathi uchief ngubamba zonke ulolwazi ngento ezichiyeneyo li clause mbona ngani ufuna ukulungiswa. Uclose 25 usekhulunyiwe wama chairperson ngifuna ukusekela angisoke nginabe okuya ngapi. Mr. President, bengifuna ukucina ngoclose 24. Madam President, sorry. Bengaboni ukuthi isihlalo sesilomuntu ongumama. Ngiyakunanzelela lokho. Siyabonga Minister of Justice ngomsebenzi owenzileyo uqeda amalanga chayisa ngama-12 bezisikhathi 11. Siyabonga isection i-amendment eyenziwe ku-National Assembly eka-clause ukutshintsha ukungezelela ama-youth labo mama. Into enhle sifisa ukuthi iparliament yethu Madam President ibe isibonela ukuthi ama-provincial councils lama-local authorities kumele abantu babuse njani. Lamalunga abantu kumele bangene kuma-provincial councils kuma-local authorities. Madam President, ngilesicelo ku-Minister, of course sizakhuluma nxa sesifika. U-Chief siyanisala ukubambile ukuthi kakufakwa ama-chiefs. Mina ngifuna ukwengeza Madam President ngithi abantu lama-disability, persons with disabilities must kumele babe ngamalunga njoba silaba ababili la kuma-provincial councils la kuma-local authorities ngoba laba abantu bamela i-15% ye-population yethu eZimbabwe. Asingeke sibe lenqwala singayinanzeleli singayihloniphi sibanike ithuba ukuthi babeke okumele bakubeke kumadala achileyo. Madam President, njoba ngishilo ukuthi anisoke nginabe ngivumela ukuthi ngigqibe eyami inkulumo ngibonga leli thuba onike lona ukuthi ngikhulume. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Honorable Chief Ngumbane. I recognize Honorable Senator Mtswanga.
Thank you, Madam President. I will try to be short because I have got a flu. But all the same, I want to start by giving plaudits to the Minister of Justice and his team from the beginning when he presented this bill before the two houses of Parliament. He has done a fantastic job and he has carried this bill through to the consultative process all over the country, one of the most animated political engagements for the people of Zimbabwe. I don't think, aside from the elections of 1980, which were a product of our liberation war, there has been such engagement by the Zimbabwe people as we have heard over this bill. Equally, the debate in our lower house showed the enthusiasm of the people, of the parliamentarians, the deputies who have been sent by various constituencies to come and represent them at the national level. The debate was, to say the least, scintillating. It showed Zimbabweans at their best, showing to the world that they love their democracy, that when it comes to defending what are the interests of the people of Zimbabwe, the deputies in the lower house are up to speed. The same spirit is being shown in this house. I can see that people are showing a lot of enthusiasm for the work which is before them in this bill. Minister of Justice, I know that the principles which you put across, which you also included revisions and removals of certain clauses which would not have found favor with the two houses, showed you as a minister who is alert to the needs of the people of Zimbabwe. So I will not dwell on those clauses which you already have dispensed with. And on the other clauses, I fully support the bill, but I will single out one, which is the extension, which is the elongation of the term of the presidents. The president whom we have now, even if he is a beneficiary of this bill, would by any measure deserve to be given a longer period in office in order to complete the work which he has been doing. By 2017, this country was in a state where nobody wanted to be associated with. When you went to foreign countries, your head was stooped low because everybody was finger pointing at Zimbabwe as a country which was going to fail as a modern African state. There was this perception that the hopes of 1980 had been dashed, but the President Mnangagwa is the comeback kid. What he has done in 7 to 8 years of his rule is such that the whole world is happy about Zimbabwe once again. And when you get a country like this in the United Nations, in a body which is like this one, of 200 and something countries, of 195 countries, and there is a vote on who becomes a member of the Security Council, and Zimbabwe scores the highest without even any opposition, it shows that we have come back again as a country where we can show the world that we are proud about who we are and we are responsible citizens on the global stage. Now, if a man like that is in charge, we say, if it is not broken, don't fix it. Let him have more time driving this country to where it should be. And he has a vision of 2030 of Zimbabwe as a modern middle income status country. That's a noble aspiration. Another 2 years of him, and if he doesn't offend the Constitution, like what we are doing right now, it doesn't offend the Constitution. It means we are wise to let a good man be in charge of the driving seat of a country of clever and heroic people. So that clause is the one which I stand by. I'm very happy with it, and I'm also happy that so far in this House there has not been a dissenting voice to that clause. Let it be like that, Miss President. This is a good thing, and I want to close my debate by those few words. I thank you. I fully support what the Minister of Justice has done, and I hope this House will live up to speed. I thank you.
Honorable Tswangwa, I recognize Honorable Senator Sindlovu.
Ngiyabonga Madam President ukunika leli thuba. Ngizabonga uMinister weJustice ukusilethela CAB3 lapha ukuthi sizokhuluma ngayo. Ngizobonga uchair we-Human Rights ubaba uMavenyengwa onguchair wami, lami ngiyimember ye-Human Rights. Madam President, mina ngike ngabhoda bengifakwe ngapha eMashonaland East sisenza ama-consultations. So ngikubonile ngizwa abaningi bekufaka lapho ukuthi lapha ababehamba khona babonana. So ke Madam President, ku-CAB3 ngizabamba ukubili kuphela. Ngizaqala ngikhulume ngendaba indaba yezek, ukuthi izeki bathe ikibe seceleni kancane. Mina ke njengomuntu engiku-opposition, izeki bivele isikhalisa ukwenza kwayo, besihlala vele sikhala ngayo izeki. So ke nxa sokukhitsiwe kuzeki lakhona singabona ukuthi kuyahlupha phambili, sizabuya sikutshintshe.
Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators. Order, please. Let's give each other the time to debate his debate, please. You can continue, Honorable Senator Ndlovu.
Ngiyabonga Madam President. So ke ngibona ukuthi nxa kuzasihlupha phambili kodwa as long sokukhitshwe kuzek, ngibona ngani lathi singakhala kancane ngoba izek into ebizenza bezisikhalisa kakhulu thina ku-opposition.
Madam President, bese ngikhangela ku-extension ye-term ka-President. Ngithe ngiyakhangela e-border ye-Bite Bridge. Ngike ngahamba last month. Bese ngilahlekile ukuthi ngikuliphi ilizwe ngoba ngase ngilesikhathi ngingaza ke ngifike e-border. Ngithi ngiyakhangela ke imigwaqo eMatebeleland, umgwaqo weNkayi, umgwaqo weFalls, umgwaqo weBite Bridge to Bulawayo, umgwaqo weMatopo. Imigwaqo leyi iyalungiswa. So kuyatshengisa ukuthi kule improvement ngemva kweminyaka eminingi kangaka imigwaqo leyi ingazange ibanjwe. Iko sikhangela ukuthi nxa kungangezelelwa eminye iminyaka emibili kusho ukuthi imigwaqo leyi engxenye ingaphela ngoba thina sasingazake sithole i-development eMatebeleland. So ngithenga leli Madam President ngibonge abacabangileyo ukuthi balethe ibhili lekithi lapha. Ngithande njalo ukubonga indlela iSenate edibhetha ngayo namhlanje. Kuyatshengisa ukuthi kusebadaleni asike ebantwaneni. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga Honorable Senator Sindlovu. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable DM Ncube.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, let me start by commending the Minister of Justice for his focus and clarity of vision. It gives us hope for the future. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Madam President, I will touch on only a number of clauses, not many, maybe 4. But let me start by also commending Constitutional Bill number 3 in that it is a defining moment in the history of constitutional democracy in Zimbabwe. It is a powerful statement which changes, invigorates, and renews the aspiration of the people in terms of a new constitutional order. It represents a significant step in the continued evolution of Zimbabwe's constitutional and governance framework. Madam President, let me move, I think, to clause number 3, which is one of the most important reforms, in my view, proposed by the bill, which is the election of the president by parliament, rather than through a direct national vote. This approach is not without precedent, as it is successfully employed in several parliamentary democracies around the world, as we have heard. By adopting this approach, the amendment promotes consensus building, encourages cooperation among political actors. It also reduces the tendency towards highly polarized and expensive presidential election campaigns that often divide societies and consume substantial resources. On the extension of the presidential parliamentary term from 5 of the presidential and parliamentary terms from 5 years to 7 years, Madam President, this is another commendable reform which has been ably articulated in this House. The savings which will be realized by this extension, by extending the election cycle, will be directed to needy areas and towards development priorities such as education, healthcare, water supply, roads, and energy infrastructure. But let me quickly move, Madam President, to the proposed transfer of voter registration and maintenance of voters' roll to the Registrar General, which is another commendable reform. The Registrar General is the principal custodian of national identity and civic registration records, and is therefore well placed to maintain accurate and up-to-date voter information. The amendment also allows ZEC to focus more effectively on its core mandate, which is supervising and conducting elections. The establishment of a separate delimitation commission, Madam President, is a progressive reform that promotes institutional specialization. Electoral boundary delimitation is a highly technical exercise involving demographic analysis, cartography, population distribution, and administrative consideration. Creating a dedicated commission with expertise in these areas enhances professionalism, objectivity, and transparency in the delimitation process. Madam President, may I bring to the attention of the Honorable Minister some observations which are made, particularly on the proposed Section 92, which I have spoken to. That states that the presidential election must take place following the swearing in of members and election of presiding officers, but does not specify when this must occur. The word following defines sequencing of events. It is not a measure of time. The bill, according to me, Honorable Madam President, which I'm bringing to the attention of the Honorable Minister, the bill should be strengthened by including a clear and mandatory time limit for the election of the President after the presiding officers of Parliament are in place. In actual fact, in my view, a provision along these lines, the election of the President shall take place within 7 days following the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the President of the Senate. That way, Madam President, we would have put a clear marker in the process, which is very important in my view. In conclusion, Madam President, while constitutional reforms inevitably attract debate, the proposals contained in the bill provide a coherent framework aimed at enhancing stability, efficiency, and institutional effectiveness, as well as long-term national progress. I so commend the bill, Honorable Madam President. Thank you very much.
Senator DM Ngube, I now recognize Honorable Kei Matibiri.
Madam President, thank you very much. I rise to add my voice to this very important national conversation occasioned by Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. Madam President, I was one of the few senators from this august house to be accorded an opportunity to lead a team that was enlisting the views of the masses of our people in the consultative processes in Rationale and West. Indeed, Madam President, of all the meetings that I chaired, Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3 received widespread support. Madam President, while this is so, and given the importance, the historical importance of this constitutional amendment, it is only fair that we as senators look at the process and the intended outcome critically. We lose nothing by doing so. We will be standing in fidelity with the values of our national liberation. Madam President, history has warned us against the illusions that a nation's destiny can be resolved entirely through legislative headcounts, separate from the lived realities of our people and their daily struggles. Without a shared national governance covenant or a deep-rooted consensus, as I seem to see, we run a profound risk of distancing ourselves from the very people we seek to represent. Madam President, in that spirit, there is nothing wrong. I stand in fidelity with the submissions made by Honorable Senator Zitai. There are constitutional clauses that we have, the Honorable Minister, and I thank him so much in bringing this bill to us. In Rationale and Central, the people overwhelmingly supported the inclusion of traditional chiefs in politics. They also supported that the Gender Commission be conflated with the Human Rights Commission. They supported that. But the lower house, in its wisdom, saw it fit to expunge that. So there is nothing wrong, Madam President, in us adding to spice up this important process. Where am I going? The history of our nation has been such that we have always stood in fidelity with the people. The war of liberation was fought with the support of the masses of our people. The people were like the water, and veterans of the liberation struggle who are listening to me now were like the fish. There is no way we could have defeated imperialism without the support of the masses of our people. This is why I will reiterate and support Honorable Senator Zitai's proposition that let's aim for a higher value. If indeed the people of Rationale and West, where I chaired, overwhelmingly supported this, there is no way, Honorable Minister, they can spice up your bill if you give it to them through a referendum. There is absolutely nothing. We should not act as if we are afraid of the people. They are listening to us right now. They are seeing us debating this important bill. And I think there is one thing that is occupying them. Why don't you just bring this bill to us and we endorse our signature? Yes, I am not a lawyer. It may be correct that these particular issues that we are talking about do not lend themselves to a referendum. But we lose nothing in consulting the sovereign, because it is in our history, it is in our DNA to do so. And it will improve the integrity of this whole process. That would be my view, Honorable Madam President. And going forward, thank you, Honorable Minister. We must also think about the framework that we must create. Let's assume that this bill passes through. We need to be inclusive in terms of the architecture that going forward. And we've done this before. We instituted and worked through the government of national unity. It's important that Zimbabweans feel they have something out of this particular process. Leaving them behind will eat into the credibility of this process. So, Madam President, in conclusion, let us keep close to the masses of our people. Let us not act as if we are afraid of them. Because we are still going back to them one day. We may avoid them now, but one day we will go back to them. And they are waiting for us. Carrying them forward would put an icing on this process. I so submit, Madam President, and thank you.
I now recognize Honorable R.M. Dlovu.
Thank you, Madam President, for affording me this opportunity to also air my views on the amendment of Bill number 3. Madam President, for the opportunity debating this bill, I want to say from the onset, first, I want to support or applaud the Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs. Secondly, I'd like to applaud in particular members of the lower house of the Assembly who debated this bill thoroughly as expected of the House. I must say, Madam President, that from the arguments that were sponsored to the lower house, Madam President, it is clear that the overwhelming majority of our people long for a day when our politics ceased to be toxic, when our politics is about development, when our politics is nation building and prosperity. It is clear, Madam President, that our people want to see a united Zimbabwe. I therefore take the stand to support the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. Madam President, I represent Matabele in the South in this August House. We were in a committee. We visited all the 7 districts administratively. There was no dissenting voice. There were so many people attending these meetings. They all supported Bill number 3. I therefore want to commend the people of Matabele in the South, which I believe this August House is going to support them also. Madam President of the Senate, the Second Republic has something to talk about. There's something to be listened to. There's something to be heard about in terms of development. A number of people who stood here for me have spoken very well about what is happening. The man took over in 2017. But what he has done as head of state and government is really improving, which I believe, if given the mandate to take this country for the next 7 years, is going to do wonders. And we feel, I want to urge this House also to support and follow the lower house debate. Madam President, a lot has been said. Oh, sorry, Madam President. I'm sorry, I'm used to comrade. Forgive me for that.
Honorable Senate.
She's a comrade also, so there's nothing wrong.
Senator, continue with your debate.
Yeah. Madam President, I believe the next president will be elected by Parliament, which Parliament will be elected by the generality of our people. Therefore, delivering one man, one vote, Madam President, is very much in line with what we want to do. In the Constitution of 2013 gave powers to the House if they feel the President is wrong to impeach him or pass a vote of no confidence. But I believe our President, the little time that he has been in office, he has tremendously changed the face of Zimbabwe. He has tremendously changed the outlook of our country in terms of development. When you go out, someone said he was a bit lost when he went to Bight Bridge. That is the first of its kind in the region of Southern Africa. There's no water post, just as that is. And the roads that are being built are very tremendous. So, Comrade Madam President, I wish to say this House overwhelmingly support the bill, support the amendment that have been put forward by the Minister of Justice. I want to thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Honorable Senator Muzoda.
Maita basa mubati wechigaro. Ndichitenda pamwe chete naMinista vatidzosa zvakare mumba ino kutaura nenyaya yakambotaurwa kunze uku. Mubati wechigaro ndiri mumwe wevamwe vakabuda kunze savice chairperson munzvimbo yekumaNicaland. Tichienda tichida kunonzwa pfungwa dzevanhu. Kutaura chokwadi, mubati wechigaro, ini upenyu hwangu handina kumbobvera ndagona kutaura nhema. Apo neapo semunhu, asi patakafamba nzvimbo dzese dzandakafamba, bhiri raitambirwa zvemazviro kwazvo ndisingazozive kuti vaiuya vachiungana vachitambira ava ndivo vese here, asi vakanga varipo vakatambira zvinyorwa. Mubati wechigaro chinonzi mukuru mukuru hanga igare bvunde. Ishona yakadzika kwatinobva, inotaura maererano nekushanda kwevanhu nezvinzvimbo zvavo. Mubati wechigaro ndinoda kutaura. Pane zwi ndiri kungotaura nzvimbo imwe chete. Pane zwi randanzwa randaona rakanyorwa rakanzi toxicity kuma elections, zvichiratidza kusagadzikana kana utsvina unoda kugezwa pama elections ekutaurwa kwamboitwa nomwe mutauri akati itsvina yatinoda kuti tigeze kuti vana veZimbabwe vafambirane pamwe chete. Mubati wechigaro ndakamira panapa ndakatanga kumhanyisana nenyaya dzema-election 1990. Asi kubva 2000 ma-elections edu haana kunge ari ma-elections akanaka. Nekuda kwekurwa nekupondana, kubvutirana nekubirana pfuma. Mubati wechigaro zvakanaka kutaura chokwadi kuti mumatauriro aita minista mubill ekuti vanhu vanovhota muno munyika zvinyorwa zvavo zvidzoserwe. Ndaingoziva kuti kwamudede kwaregistrar general ko zvanga zvakadii kuti titi zeki iriyo yobata chikundya ichi moiwedzera masimba moipawo nemari inoita kuti igone kufambisa basa iri zvakanaka as an independent institution. Ini pfungwa dzangu dzinoti ZEC must be empowered to run the elections munyika muno, nekuti ikaera yapindirwa neexecutive ndo panoramba pachibva mitauro isingagumi yekuendesana kumakotsi nebopoto zvakasangana kudaro. Zvadii kuramba zviri kuzeki kuitira kuti nesuwo maplayers empolitics tigutsikane. Ndinoda kutenda Madam President nenguva yamandipa shoma yekutaura about this bill. Ndinoda kuti Madam President mumba muno makafanana nekunze kwatakabva uko. Kunze kwatakabva nekunze kwatinobva mumaconstituency edu tinowana vanhu vanotaura zvakasiyana siyana vakawanda about this bill. Zvino Madam President, my feeling ndeyekuti sekutaura kunoita vamwe zvanga zvakaipei kuti nyaya iyi idzoserwe kuvanhu. Hazvina chakaipa kuti parliament itaure igopa muono wayo. Chokwadi ndechekuti Madam President, nguva yatinopedza tichitsvaga kuti isu tiwirirane ngatimboteererai zvakataurwa nevanhu vashoma ivavo, timbofamba nazvo tigodzokera kune vakawanda. Ndatenda.
Order, please. Let's continue. I recognize Honorable Inyati.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the Constitution of Zimbabwe, Amendment Bill number 3 of 2026, on behalf of the people of Matabeleland South Province. I am doing so, I am guided by a simple principle: constitutions must not only protect democracy, they must also create conditions for effective governance, national stability, and sustainable development. Today, I wish to focus on two key provisions of this bill: the extension of the presidential term and the parliament from 5 years to 7 years, and the election of the president by parliament. These proposals are intended to strengthen constitutional governance, promote stability, and ensure that national development programs are implemented within a predictable governance framework. Clause 4, 9, 10, the 7-year term. Madam President, development is not an event, it is a process. A hospital is not built in a session. A major dam is not completed in a session. A road network, an irrigation scheme, or an industrialization program cannot be conceived, funded, implemented, and fully evaluated within a short political cycle. The bill correctly recognizes that national development programs benefit from stability, continuity, and predictable governance environments. In much South, our people continue to demand improved water, infrastructure, climate resilient programs, better roads, irrigation, development, and expanded economic opportunities. These are long-term undertakings that require consistency in policy direction and sufficient time for implementation. The proposed 7-year term seeks to provide that continuity. The memorandum to the bill expressly states that the amendment is intended to allow sufficient time for project implementation while promoting stability. Madam President, there is an African proverb which says, "The one who plants a tree knows they may never sit in its shade." The lesson is simple. Meaningful development requires us to think beyond immediate political cycle and to create conditions that allow programs to mature and bear fruits. Importantly, the amendment does not abolish elections. It does not remove term limits. It simply provides a longer period within which a government can implement its mandate before returning to account to the people. Clause 3, election of the President by Parliament. Madam President, I support the proposal that the President be elected by members of Parliament, sitting jointly as the Senate and National Assembly. Some may ask whether this remains democratic. My answer is yes. Every member of Parliament in this House and in the National Assembly delivers his or her mandate directly from the people of Zimbabwe. Therefore, when Parliament elects a president, it does so as the collective representative of the people. The bill establishes clear safeguards. A candidate must secure more than half of the valid votes cast. If no candidate obtained a majority, a runoff is conducted between the leading candidates. The process is overseen by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission or a designated judge and conducted according to standing orders of Parliament. These provisions are designed to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability. Indeed, the memorandum states that the proposed system promotes openness, judicial oversight, and constitutional accountability. For provinces such as Matabeleland South, the proposal also ensures that provincial voices remain central in the selection of the national leadership. Every senator and every member of Parliament becomes part of the process, reflecting the diversity and unity of our republic. Conclusion. Madam President, the responsibility of leadership is not merely to govern for today, but to prepare for tomorrow. The amendments before us seek to provide stability, continuity, and effective governance. They seek to create a constitutional framework that supports long-term development while maintaining democratic accountability. As representatives of the people, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Do we want a system that allows national programs sufficient time to succeed and institutions sufficient stability to perform effectively? I believe this bill provides that opportunity. Nations are not built by what they promise during campaigns. They are built by what they deliver over time. For the reason, Madam President, I rise in support of the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill number 3 of 2026 and urge this House to support it. I thank you, Ndoboka.
Thank you, Honorable Nyati. I now recognize Honorable Senator Chief Matupula.
Thank you very much, President of the Senate, for the opportunity to speak to the bill which is before us. Thanking the Honorable Minister of Justice for bringing this bill to the House, and my chairman in the Human Rights Committee for reading the final report of the consultations which took place on the ground. Honorable President, I was one of those who were fortunate enough to be in the front seat when we were going to hear the views of the people. I was a deputy chair of Team J, which was going around Matabeleland North. So at least I got to hear the views of the people firsthand as they brought in their views about this contentious bill number 3. Of all the people that we spoke to, the overwhelming majority supported the bill in its entirety. So, taking from that, Honorable President, I, representing the people of the traditional leadership from Matepelele North, wish to support this bill in its entirety, Honorable President. There are clauses which speak to the extension of the term of His Excellency the President, as Matepelele North would wish to see that extension, because there are many projects which we wish to see reaching their completion. The Kwaishangani Dam is one of the big projects which are taking place in Matepelele North, and we are waiting to see it reach its completion. Just next to my area, near Spepa railway station, there's a big pump station where water is being pumped from the Kwaishangani Dam to Bulawayo, and we are also beneficiaries of that pumped water. We are waiting, and we are seeing a lot of progress being done. I think it's 80% now, and we know that by 2030, that project will be 100%. The Kwaya Unit 7 and 8, the Unit 7 and 8 at Wange Power Station is also giving quite a large portion of the electricity that Zimbabwe is getting right now. 2030, that will be at 100% completion. The road works are being done on Falls Road, the road works are being done, Nkai Road, and many other road works are being done. And we know that by 2030, those will be at completion. There are many other projects, Honorable President of the Senate, and we need to give the person in charge of these projects time enough for him to see them reach their completion. I will not waste time on many other things to be said. Safe to say that let the bill be supported by this House in its entirety. Safe to say, the Honorable Minister, I don't see him here, but there is an issue which was raised, I think 2 or 3 people talked about it, where we have our RDCs giving youth a substantial quota, giving our women a substantial quota, and I truly and fully support that in its entirety. Because if you look at the which we sit in right now, youth have been given an opportunity to speak to their issues, women have been given the same opportunities, and also the disabled have been also given their opportunity. That is very good, and if that is copied to provincial level and district level, we'll be very happy. But we see traditional leaders having been left out at district level, and we are concerned and say, no, if our children, the youth, can vote at a district RDC, why can't chiefs also vote? If they can vote nationally, if I can vote here nationally to pick issues of national importance, how about voting right there in my area, which is my area? I think that that is just an oversight which can be simply sorted out by those who are looking at this bill. The traditional leaders, the disabled, as someone else has said, be included in that amendment so that they vote. Madam President, thank you so much for this opportunity. I say let the bill pass and let us support it. Thank you so much.
Honorable Chief Matupula, I now recognize Honorable Mlilo.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity. My party has already pronounced that we support the spirit and the intent of Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. I rise to restate that position in the clearest and most unyielding of terms. Madam President, the Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Zimbabwe, he has amended the original bill and incorporated some amendments requested. We commend him for his leadership throughout this important process. Madam President, I want to address myself specifically to clause 16 of the bill. This clause seeks to amend section 212 of the Constitution. I agree entirely that this amendment is intended to structurally reinforce the provisions of section 213 and 214 of our supreme law. Let me be clear, Madam President. We take immense pride in our Zimbabwe Defense Forces. They are our national pride. They stand as our absolute line of defense against external adversaries, the ultimate shield of our Pan-African democratic state and our sacred national sovereignty. It is rather strange, if not intellectually bizarre, to hear some of our colleagues argue that we should, a matter of constitutional dictate, actively thrust our military into the arena of politics. Such an argument is self-evidently anti-democratic. What they are basically asserting is that they have no faith in our own capacity to win democratic elections. Instead, they desire that the subjective whims of the most coercive arms of the state should grant them state power. In plain terms, Madam President, they want coups, they are coup mongers. The military is an instrument of state power, structured to safeguard the collective will of our people, not to act as autonomous political arbiter. By advocating for military to be active politics arbiters, our colleagues are inadvertently admitting the poverty of their democratic politics. What seems clear, Madam President, is that these colleagues do not have grounded understanding of the historic role of the military in the country like ours, which won its independence through the barrel of the gun in the Revolutionary War of National Liberation. They expose their lack of understanding of our history of national liberation. They are desperate to drag our military into politics to achieve what they cannot achieve at the ballot box. They must be stopped, and they will be stopped by this amendment. I'm entirely confident that our military does not want to be involved in partisan politics. Our defense forces are disciplined, ideologically mature, and highly professionalized force. They will dutifully salute and serve any democratic elected commander-in-chief as they are soon to do. They will continue to operate strictly as an instrument of the sovereign state, never as factional political players. Let us give those who oppose this clause some history lessons and educate our colleagues on the nature of this country's liberation struggle. I will skip here. The warning means an absolute truth even today. More so in our country, our soldiers must remain politically grounded to serve the masses and their democratic elected commander-in-chief. In concluding, Madam President, let me take this opportunity to sincerely and most seriously request that we improve the conditions of service for our military personnel. Our soldiers should be appropriately compensated for the immense risk they take to keep our nation safe. Our military must be continuously modernized. This requires the Minister of Finance substantially increase the budget allocation to the Ministry of Defense in upcoming fiscal cycles. We will debate the technicalities of this at the more opportune time. I support this bill wholeheartedly to serve a near term. Madam President, I thank you.
Chiri Honorable Senator Shiri.
Thank you, Madam President, for affording me this opportunity to debate this crucial amendment bill. Allow me, Madam President, to thank my Honorable Senator, my chairperson, Human Rights Chairperson, and also our Honorable Minister, Minister Ziambi, for bringing this crucial bill. Madam President, I am in total support of this constitutional amendment bill. As Senator representing persons with disabilities, Madam President, our President is blessed by being a blessing to persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities are farmers, lawyers, economists, and community leaders. They also possess expertise. Madam President, sorry, Madam President, I'm checking my papers. I'm also excited to directly go to the revised clauses that the President will appoint 10 senators on the basis of professional skills and competence, but only after the consultation with Parliament. I also want to propose to the Honorable Minister that we be clear that at least 2 persons with disabilities should be part of the proposed 10% quota at the local authorities, 10% youth quota within our local authorities across Zimbabwe. Again, Madam President, as I said, the President's mantra of leaving no one and no place behind. I also support this bill and respectfully urge the Honorable Minister to ensure that disability inclusion is expressly reflected in its provisions. Again, persons with disabilities possesses the expertise across every area of national life. So again, I respectfully submit that the selection of these 10 senators must reflect the full diversity of Zimbabwe society, including persons with disabilities. I therefore support CAB3 and stand with the voices of persons with disabilities in Zimbabwe. I so submit, Madam President.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Shiri. I now give the floor to Honorable Senator Mgwena.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for allowing me to add some few words on this important bill, CAB3. I rise to contribute the debate on the proposed constitutional reforms currently before the nation. I do so with a deep appreciation that constitution are not ordinary laws. They are social contracts between citizens and state. And any amendment thereto must be approached with both courage and caution. Our duty as legislators is not to worship the Constitution as an unchangeable document, but we must ensure that it continues to serve the needs of the nation, which needs are perpetually changing. I just need to talk about on the equal status of the vice president. Madam President, Madam President, I support the proposal to give equal constitutional status upon the two vice presidents. The distinction between first vice president and the second vice president arose from the specific historical context following the 1987 unit accord between ZANU-PF and ZAPU. That arrangement served an important purpose in consolidating peace, national reconciliation after a painful chapter in our history. However, nearly 4 decades later, Zimbabwe is involved. The nation now seeks a governance structure that promotes equality among constitutionally office holders. Equal status may strengthen collective leadership and reduce unnecessary perceptions of hierarchy within the executive. At the same time, we must acknowledge the symbolic importance of the unit accord. Any amendment should thereafter preserve the spirit of national unity and inclusion, which I believe in the living spirit of the historical unit accord of 1987. On the transfer of voters registration and voters roll management, Madam President, I support this transfer of voter registration and management of the voters roll to the Registrar General, provided adequate safeguards are established. There is merit in placing technical civil registration functions under a permanent administrative institution that maintains birth, death, and national registration records. Such integration can improve efficiency, reduce duplication of functions, and potentially enhance the accuracy of the voters' roll. On the establishment of delimitation commission, Madam President, I welcome the proposal to establish a dedicated delimitation commission. Boundary delimitation is a highly technical exercise requiring specialized expertise in demography, geography, statistics, and electoral administration. A dedicated commission may allow this important function to receive focused attention and professional management. Such a body could also contribute to better constituency boundary reviews. Madam President, on reform of the electoral cycle and elections of the president, I strongly support the extension of the presidential term to 7 years and election of the president by parliament rather than through direct popular vote. I support this proposal because it presents certain potential advantages for governance and national development. Firstly, a longer electoral cycle can provide greater policy stability. Government may have sufficient time to implement long-term development programs without being perpetually drawn into election preparation. Secondly, indirect election by parliament is not unknown in democratic systems. Various countries elect presidents through legislatures or electoral colleges. Such a system can encourage consensus building and reduce financial costs associated with nationwide presidential campaigns. Thirdly, reducing the frequency and intensity of national electoral contests may lessen political polarization and allow greater focus on governance and economic development. My conclusion, Madam President, the proposal before us presents both opportunities and challenges. They seek to improve governance structures, enhance administrative efficiency, and create institutional clarity. These are legitimate objectives. Yet, constitutional reform must always be guided by three principles: national unity, democratic legitimacy, and public confidence. Where the amendments strengthen institutions, improve governments, and promote stability while preserving democratic accountability, they deserve our support. Where concerns arise, we must address them openly and honestly. I therefore support the general direction of these proposals, while urging the Parliament proceeds with openness, tolerance, and a listening ear, so that the Constitution remains an instrument that serves both present and future generations of Zimbabwe. So I support the CAB. I thank you.
Honorable, I now recognize Honorable Tongo Kara.
Thank you, Madam President, for granting me this opportunity as I rise to contribute to this important debate on the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill number 3 of 2026. Let me begin by pointing out that constitutions are living instruments. They are not documents cast in stone, but frameworks that must continue to respond to the aspirations, challenges, and developmental realities of a nation. A constitution must preserve democratic values while at the same time creating institutions capable of delivering stability, prosperity, and sustainable development for the present and future generations. I wish to acknowledge the extensive consultative process that accompanied this bill. Parliament, in its fulfilling its constitutional obligation to facilitate public participation, conducted nationwide consultations and received submissions from citizens across the country. The Joint Committee report indicates that the process was intended to ensure that the proposed amendments were informed by lived experiences, aspirations, and democratic concerns of Zimbabweans. as Zimbabweans, we must always remember that we have the sovereign right to determine our own destiny and design governance systems that speak to our own unique circumstances. Constitutional democracy involves copying models from elsewhere and learning from global experiences while creating solutions that are appropriate for our own national context. Madam President, I won't dwell much on clause 3 because a lot has been said about it. But I just want to say the question before us is how to create governance system that strengthens accountability, protects stability, and redress unnecessary political conflict. The presidential context has sometimes generated political tensions, prolonged disputes, and uncertainty after elections. This has consequences beyond politics. It affects investor confidence, slows economic activity, and diverts national attention away from development. Madam President, Section 97 of the Constitution gives Parliament the power to remove the President through impeachment proceedings. If Parliament has the constitutional responsibility to hold President accountable, there is an argument that Parliament should also have a role in selecting the President. We must also appreciate that this model is not foreign to Africa. We also have it here, Madam President, because at our local government.
Senator Tongoka, honorable senators, let's do the business of the House, please. Let's respect each other when they are debating. Continue, honorable.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam President.
What is?
Madam. Point of privilege.
Your point of order.
It is my point of privilege, Madam President. We really plead with you, Madam President. This is an upper house which composes traditional chiefs, men and women. Most of them senators are at their last peak, 60 to 65. And some of us are on medication. And some of us here are on medication, and we request that we adjourn so that we come back tomorrow and finish. This is a chamber of elders with wisdom. Yes.
Tongokara, point taken. Honorable Tongokara, can you continue with your debate?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say that we already have this in our local government in Zimbabwe, where we already have experienced mayors being elected by councillors. So I think it is just a continuation of what we are already doing. Madam President, One of the highest challenges facing developing countries is the difficulty of implementing long-term national development plans within short political circles. It is imperative to take cognizance.
I propose that Senator Togokara be given another chance to start afresh tomorrow morning.
Why, Honorable? Please, Honorable Senators.
To hear what she has to say.
The adult, please. This is the upper house. Please, let's respect.
Tired. She's tired, Madam President.
Madam President, point of privilege. Point of privilege. Madam President, when the House of Assembly was debating, they were provided with supper. Okay. I think it goes without saying that we must also be provided with supper, or we dismiss and come back tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Finish, then I'll talk to the relevant.
Yeah. We can't hear anything.
The television is on.
We can't
I
hear
can't
anything.
leave yet. If I finish here debate. No. Excuse me. Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators. I said order.
Madam President.
No, I said point taken.
There's no TV.
Let it finish, then we
television is on.
I'm the chair. Anyone want to be chair, can you come here? Honorable, we are chief, please. No, respect it. You are a leader here in the house. No. Let it finish your debate, then we adjourn. Honorable Togokara, can you continue your debate?
Thank you, Madam President, for protecting me. I was saying that one of the greatest challenges facing developing nations is the difficulty of implementing long-term national development plans within short political circles. It is imperative to take cognizance that development does not happen overnight. Madam President, I'm therefore in full support of the committee report, which highlighted the major developmental projects require extended timeline to reach full implementation, and that longer electoral mandates can provide greater political stability and continuity for national development programs.
Chair here, please. Let her finish her debate as we are debating freely here. No, don't undermine her. Let her finish. If you want to be a chair, can you come to this seat rather than what you are doing as agile? Finish. Honorable, can you please keep quiet? Thank you. Let her finish. Don't say Honorable. Honorable Chisamba, don't say I'm the chair. If you want to be a chair, can you come to this seat? Then I go down. Honorable Togokara.
Thank you, Madam President. As I conclude, the Constitution must serve the aspirations of Zimbabwean people. Our constitutional journey must continue to be guided by our national interests. our development priorities and our desire to build a stable, prosperous, and inclusive Zimbabwe. The amendments before us present an opportunity to strengthen our governance architecture, reduce unnecessary political disruptions, and create an environment where national development programs can be completed. As Zimbabweans, we have the right to determine our own path. We must have confidence in our ability to design institutions that respond to our circumstances while learning from successful experiences elsewhere. Madam President, stability, continuity, and development must remain at the core center of our constitutional evolution. To that end, I therefore support the principles behind Clause 3, Clause 4, Clause 9, and Clause 10 of the Constitution Amendment Bill.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Dogokara. I now recognize Honorable Minister to adjourn the debate.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that debate to now adjourn.
It has been moved that the debate be now adjourned. Is there any debate? I put the question that the debate be now adjourned. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed and the debate is adjourned. To what day, Honorable Minister?
Tomorrow, Madam President.
The debate is adjourned to tomorrow. I recognize Honorable Minister to adjourn the House.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
It has been moved that the House do now adjourn. Is there any debate? I put the question that the House do now adjourn. Those who have that opinion will say aye. Those of the contrary opinion will say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is accordingly affirmed and the House is adjourned. To what day, Honorable Minister?
Tomorrow, Madam President, ma'am.
The House is adjourned to tomorrow. Good day, Honorable Senators.